and all protocols. I am Percy Chinyama. I am the national coordinator for our government. Who is the national coordinator for our government in e-government? I am actually a permanent secretary for the Electronic Government Division that sits in the presidency. What is our role? I like to break it down as two key areas that define who we are and what we're supposed to do. Number one, ours is to ensure that the government, the internal government, is able to provide services at its optimal level. So, what does that mean? It means we're supposed to bring in efficiencies in the government. And for us, efficiency means we're supposed to make them technologically able so that the efficiency comes in because of that empowerment. So my first role is to ensure that the government is more efficient and is providing services at its optimal levels. Second one is that I am, as national coordinator, mandated to ensure that the citizens can consume these services also at optimal level. In this second one, we're looking at ensuring that there's some level of equitability across the country, meaning the services that government are providing to its citizens are a human right to some extent. They should be accessible by those that have and even those that do not have. And our role is as much as possible to ensure that there is a level playing field in accessing government services. And as the e-government division, we have, you know what we learn at school? There is the G2G, government to government, that's the processes within government. We ensure that government is able to talk to one another. Data can be shared across government. And then there is G2B. It means the business houses are able to speak to government and vice versa. And then, of course, the final one, G2C, which is government to customer. Government is able to share and provide services to the customer who is the citizen. So I have been in this business of e-government for the past 8 years. And my background is really as an ICT officer up to where we are now with this role. That has given me more gray hair than I deserve. I'm actually much younger than I look. It's just, the role is quite daunting. Now, I hope we're okay. Okay, so I'll go straight to our presentation. I can't see what I'm presenting on the screens. I guess I'll just have to break it down to you, but I was hoping really you could see this because it would have made sense what I am sharing with you. However, let's do our best. I have tried in our slides to ensure that all controversial slides are removed because I know I'm dealing with parliamentarians. My experience with the parliamentarians is that be careful what you show. It might bite you. So in my presentation, if you could see the first slide, you'd have just seen us the ICT ecosystem. And in the slide, we're starting from way back as 1964. And then we're showing the different legislatures and the different policies that have come about along the years to ensure that we are with the global trends in ICT. So each of our governments that are represented here have gone through the same cycle. We start with the PTC, the Postal Acts. Those were the ones that were close to ICT. And then we move on. For us, I'll go straight into 1994 when we enacted the Postal Services Act and the Telecommunications Act of 1994. That was the beginning of the understanding of data. May I mention here that this pathway, according to our history, Zambian history, the Zambian government was in time. Even up to the 70s, most of you, if you do remember, there were only about 5 major machines which were the big servers of those days. I don't know if I should use the terms that were used then, whether we understand, but did we ever hear of the old servers? Remember what we used to call them? Somebody here. Ever heard of a mainframe? Anyone heard of a mainframe? IBM mainframe? No? Okay, only the president has. So Zambia was one of the few countries that had a mainframe. In fact, in Zambia, we had 3 mainframes. There was one with the Zambia Railways. There was another with the mines, with the ZCCM. And the third one with the Ministry of Finance. I would say in SADC, there were probably about 15 mainframes. Most of the countries did not have mainframes. The South African government did have a mainframe. But all the countries, all the neighboring countries, everybody was coming to Zambia to learn about this new ICT journey that had started in Zambia. So you will find that we have trained a number of people in the neighboring countries, let me say in those days, in the 70s. And what happened is after the 70s, going into the 80s, maybe because of our economic situation, the pace at which we're moving with the global trends sort of slowed down. The world went ahead of us going into the 90s and into the 2000s. I don't think Zambia was the only country, when we talk about SADC, that had paced down. I think that was the era when the accountants felt they're the most important people in any ecosystem. So everyone was doing accountancy. Everyone was thinking more of accountants and economists. In the region, we sort of lagged behind. Come 2000, we kind of woke up because of the crunch. Everyone was hearing about the Y2K issues. There was going to be 0, things were going to crash down. Realization really at the pace of everybody. But what has happened in Zambia is that from 2016, there was a realization that at the pace at which we're moving, at the pace at which the country was growing, the governments were growing, the capabilities of processing data was becoming more, and we needed more systems that are ICT in nature to help us. I can tell you right now that with the kind of investments that we have done, we are processing about 100 million transactions per week. And I just want you to imagine how possible would that be on a manual system? Just to show you the magnitude of the need for this shift. So 2021, they enacted the law to have the e-government division. The government enacted, and that was appointed as national for the e-government division. This is when now we started seeing the e-services, the citizen portals, the connectivity. All of a sudden, we needed now to connect the country, deal with the backbone. So in this area, the most important thing is infrastructure. And that's why I'm glad we're sitting as SADC. The most important thing in e-government, in ICT, in any kind of development of this nature is infrastructure, laying down the infrastructure. Meaning, we need to have the fiber connectivity across. We need to have satellite kind of infrastructure across. So that on top of the infrastructure, then comes the software, the applications, those things that allow us now to resolve and to unlock the rigidities and the things that need to be solved. So 2021, we enacted an act that establishes our institution, and we started running. Again, I wish we had some visuals, but I'll try to illustrate what is here as much as possible, and I will share the slides with the organizers. So, legislation done, policies done. We then sat down to look at key areas of innovations that we needed to take care of. One, we needed a very proper management system across government. And therefore, we enhanced what we call the government-wide area network, which is a GWAN. I can tell you that in Zambia, we have one network which is just for government. And this network goes to each and every province. It goes to each and every district. By the next 2 weeks, it will go to each and every council. A council is a municipal, what we call municipal. This was our first priority. Next, we wanted to make sure that internet connectivity is available in key areas. And then we went the Starlink way as Zambia. Went the Starlink way, put our Starlink kits across all critical offices. As I speak, the parliamentarians in Zambia, each one of them in their offices have a Starlink kit. So 150 parliamentarians. I thought she was clapping for us. I was almost getting happy. So 156. So why did we have to go this direction? And now let's try and bring it home. Why? First of all, as parliamentarians, our quest must be, how do we get increased citizens' participation? How do we ensure that there is transparency in governance? How do we ensure that people can access information as easy as possible? These 156 Starlink kits are providing free internet in all the 156 constituencies. So all the members of parliament back home, they have opened up their offices to their people to access information through these. And then we have what we call post offices. We have about 106 post offices across the country. All of them have got free internet provided by government. Last week, we started a journey to now provide free internet in the public areas in our country. Why? It's the same things: transparency, access to information, accountability, citizens' participation. For the government, these are very key deliverables. And it is clear these can only happen if we have the infrastructure that is required to ensure that there is internet across the country. As parliamentarians here, with all these good things that are said, so apart from that now, we have put services on top of this infrastructure. Right now, you can do about 313 services online in Zambia. You don't need to go to a government office. They are there, you just go on the ZAM portal, whether you are renewing your license, whether you are paying for your land rates, whether you are buying agriculture, import and export licenses, that happens online. But I want to talk about the things now that go with this technology that aren't so good. And this is issues of hacking, issues of fake, or what we are calling now misinformation. Now, lately, there are a number of policies that we need to pass. And I hope there are people here representing the civil society. Before I was in government, I was one of those proponents who would be like, no, why does government put this law? They want to be checking us. Hey, they were doing this. But I think what we have not communicated well is that some of those laws make it easier for government to protect even ourselves. So the assumption that is there, the civil society, sometimes they behave like our in-laws. Everything is negative. Everything is suspicious. But if you understood what it takes to protect a citizen from the harm that is going to go onto them on the cyber, there are certain things we need to loosen up on from the other side. Otherwise, that very protection will not be attained. Also, if our in-laws would understand the danger that comes with this cybersecurity, the extent of the danger, the damage, the potential damage, the risks that are there, that would be impossible to undo. Then maybe I think we would sit on a table and talk and understand, put each other in each other's shoes, you know, and then maybe we would have a place of dialogue. What we have not done well as parliamentarians, and of course as technocrats, is that we have not communicated. because we have seen what is right. We've moved because all that's in our head is this is the right thing to do. And we're almost looking like we don't care. But if you drill down, if you understand all the intricacies that surround cybersecurity and protecting the very citizens, you will then understand some of the laws that are being proposed to ensure that we have a safe country. So to strengthen this cybersecurity framework, we have put up some proposals. There is a Cybersecurity Crimes Act, there's a Data Protection Act, and a National Cybersecurity Task Force that is being proposed. Also, where we need to pick it up is sensitization and literacy, sharing and informing the citizen, getting them to know. What we have seen is that the bad guys are louder than us as parliamentarians. And even sometimes we have parliamentarians whose interests are work against the good that we are trying to achieve. I'll go quickly to the recommendations. What do we need to do? First of all, as parliamentarians, we need to collaborate. As a region, we need to collaborate. Technology has brought those things that can allow us to live as one, even when we're divided by the borders. In technology, there are no borders. So we need to get to a point where certain things are easier because there is technology that can allow those things to happen. Our president always talks about trade facilitation. He always asks, he doesn't understand why we are still, as neighbors, SADC neighbors, still struggling to have things move from one country to another without all those bottlenecks that are there, all the rigidity that is there, and yet we are neighbors. There are issues, someone was telling me, in other countries as regional bodies, they have standardized most of their technology there to ensure that it can be shared across. If I am from Zimbabwe and I have a particular qualification, we need to put systems that will allow that I can walk into Malawi and there is a way to grade that qualification and understand its standing in the country where I have gone. So all these rigidities where we have treated ourselves as aliens, we have an opportunity as SADC using technology to remove them. Absolutely. Issues of digital ID, issues of why we should have passports when we can use a digital ID that is accessed across the region to ensure we know each and everybody who's coming in and going out. We can even enhance our judicial and legislative processes through the use of technology by broadcasting parliamentary sittings, by also having court cases that are international, and use the very technology to deal with them across the region. And we can adopt standardized regulatory environmental standards, which will allow for ease of doing business across the region. In conclusion, what we are saying in our presentation today, yes, we have an e-government for our country. You probably have an e-government for each of your country. But it's high time, members of parliament, that we think of an e-government for the region. I thank you all. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chinyama, the coordinator of Smart Zambia Institute, for your presentation. Let me apologize for the failure in being able to present your slides, but I certainly have followed your presentation and appreciate the efforts that Zambia has put into modernizing technology. I will now call on the next presenter, Dr. Clement Sinyangwe, in the Information and Communications Technology Association of Zambia. And I think he's the president of the association. You have the podium. Mr. Sinyange, we'll have to get going. I'm sorry if you can't manage the presentation on slide. Thank you.
For duplicating. You're not duplicating the screens? Because I won't be seeing there. Okay. Very difficult. Okay. 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 Your Excellence, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Mr. Roger Manchin, the Right Honorable Miss Nelly Utete Kashumba Muti, State Council, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, and the host of the 56th Parliamentary Assembly. Honorable Speakers of SADC, PF, Member of Parliaments and heads of delegations, Honorable Princess Kasune, MP, Minister of Justice, honorable members of Parliament present, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Bomo Segoma, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Technology and Science, Dr. Bria Savenzu, clerks and secretaries general of member parliaments, representatives from civil society organization and the press, staff of member parliaments and the SADC Parliamentary Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Clement Nyangwe. I'm the president of the ICT Association of Zambia. We are established under an Act of Parliament, Act number 7 of 2018. And our core mandate is to regulate the professional conduct of the ICT professionals in Zambia, and also protect the interests of the public, who are the major consumers of the ICT services. So I'm presenting on building trust in artificial intelligence, regulatory frameworks for ethical and beneficial applications. This is in trying to shape the future of parliamentary systems in the SADC region. I'll start by reading that important quote from Dave Waters. So the quote says that if people trust artificial intelligence, then artificial intelligence to drive a car, then people likely trust AI to do your job. I had a few more quotes, but in the interest of time, I'll skip them to go straight into the presentation. So let's take it from the basics. I would want to define what artificial intelligence is in the simplest terms. So AI is simply the development of computer systems that are able to perform tasks that would require human intelligence. So it's simply the development of softwares that we use and train in order to train machines so that machines are able to perform tasks simply like human beings do. I'll give the two types of artificial intelligence. Weak artificial intelligence. These are the ones that we see, that the machines with weak artificial intelligence are those that are made to respond to specific tasks.
As máquinas respondem
I
para
think in Europe,
tarefas
you find that
específicas,
there's
tal
a
como os
robot that
robôs,
is
por
built
exemplo. Na Europa, construídos para
it's just
varrer
programmed
as
to perform a task
ruas.
from A to B, and it does not think like a human being. So it just responds to how it is programmed to do. That's a weak artificial intelligence. When AI. Now, strong AIs are machines that are able to think and act. And also in language translations, especially, this would be very beneficial in parliament. Artificial intelligence is based on a process of simply training models. So we build models, then we train them to perform tasks. There are different types of trainings that we give these models. They are what we call supervised learning, where you assist the machine. If I give it an orange, then I write and feed it the response to that to say, this object I've given you, it's a round shaped, yellow in color, and it's called an orange. Next time it's going to see that, it's going to recognize the actual object and give you the response to that. So the training is a process. We also have what we call unsupervised learning, where we build models and allow them to learn on their own. So they continue learning on their own. So we're not going too technical. So machine learning is just a branch of artificial intelligence and computer science that focuses on using data. So we use huge data sets to train these models. For me to train a model, I need to get data that I want the machine to learn about. So the accuracy of the model is highly dependent on the amount of data that you train the machine on. Yeah. So I don't know what has happened. Technology is failing us. But that's the name of it. The training wasn't too much, huh? I like that. Yeah. No, we are back. It's been trained. Yeah. So let's get back now to the topic, trust in AI. So when we talk about trust in AI, we're simply talking about trust in artificial intelligence that is building beliefs in the reliability and ability of an artificial intelligence system. How do we trust a machine to make decisions on our behalf? How do I get in a self-driving car and let it drive me from here to Lusaka? How do I trust a machine to conduct a complex operation on my body and slit my stomach? So that's the kind of trust that we're talking about. We're talking about models that we're able to train and they're able to perform such complex activities. And now we are saying us human beings need to trust such models. So when we trust we put trust in AIs. It enables collaboration between humans and AI. We have to agree to the fact that now we are living in a world. I heard when the president was opening, he mentioned quite a number of things. And I was thinking to say, did he peep in my presentation? He raised a number of important things where now when we build trust in AI, we are waiting to see a situation when we'll see the first robot member of parliament. We heard in the United States where the lawyers, they built a model and trained it to be a lawyer. And that model did not lose a single case. And after some time, the lawyers got up in arms and sued the robot that it did not have a practicing license. So that's the only way they could bring down that model. So we can imagine where we are going with artificial intelligence. Also, when we put trust in AI, we see the drive in adoption of critical fields like healthcare, governance, for the case of you parliamentarians, and also in finance. Let's talk about trust in AI for parliamentarian business. And we'll start from the potential in parliamentary systems. So the first one I'll talk about is enhancing transparency. So AI is able to enhance transparency in the House through automated documentation. So AI systems can transcribe debates and generate accurate meeting records, making them accessible to the public. AI also can enable data visualization, that is, can create clear and interactive dashboards displaying parliamentary activities, budgets, and voting patterns. Artificial intelligence also enables us to open data portals, that is, having AI-driven platforms that can process and present complex government data in user-friendly format, allowing citizens to understand parliamentary proceedings easily. The second thing is improving decision-making. We know that the decisions come from you, and sometimes you have to deal with a lot of data for you to analyze and arrive on decisions. But using the artificial intelligence, you'll be able to do what we call data-driven insights, and that is allowing artificial intelligence to analyze socioeconomic data, public sentiments, and expert opinions to provide actionable insights for policy making. Also, scenario simulations. Many are the times that policies are made, the laws are passed, but we start waiting to see how those laws will be received and the impact that they will create on the citizens. But through AI, we are able to simulate right there in the house. You can create simulators that will show you the expected, responses from the public. Does it need training again? The problem with technology, it even embarrasses the owners of technology. Yeah, but it happens when you least expect. So another thing we can talk about is giving access to global best practices. So before you make those decisions, you may need to do benchmarking. But using AI, we are able now to allow systems to quickly retrieve and summarize international examples of effective policies, offering benchmarks for local decision making. The third thing is facilitating citizen engagement. The national coordinator here was just explaining how the Zambian government has ensured that we have internet connectivity in all the 156 constituencies. So through that, they've allowed the citizens to go there and access data. So now, with that, this communication is easier. We won't worry of citizens that are living in rural areas where there's no connection. They can get to their offices and make use of the facilities. The other one is automation of routine tasks. There are certain routine tasks that you do every day. So AI can handle repetitive and time-consuming tasks, freeing parliamentarians to focus on strategic decisions. Examples I'll give is document management, scheduling, and also email sorting. The other thing, and very important, is predictive analytics. AI-driven predictive models help parliamentarians to anticipate future trends policies. So it's you and big data to analyze and predict the possible outcome of what you're trying to, deal with. And this may include policy impact forecasting, predicting the economic, social, and environmental outcomes. Few challenges that have been observed in the use of AI. Now, though we see a lot of these benefits, adopting AI is associated with some challenges that may include subjective outcome due to insufficient data that was used in the training, privacy concerns with citizens and data usage, misuse or over-reliance on artificial intelligence. Sometimes we over-rely on these systems, and also absence of tailored AI governance and regulation framework. Let's quickly look into each one of them. So when we talk of subjectivity, like I mentioned, when you're training a model, you have to collect as much data sets as possible so that when it's making a decision, it's based on a lot of data that it was trained on. I'll give an example of the model I was building on my PhD. I built a model that was detecting hate speech and abusive language using Zambian language. But the biggest challenge I had, because I had to train my model in English and Bemba, Nyanja, and Tonga. I picked 3 languages. But we know that Zambia is linguistically rich. We have about 72 languages. So you find that an insult in Bemba may not be an insult in Nyanja. So once I trained that model, found that when you run it, it's able to filter other languages that are not abusive. So we had to start now looking at ways of incorporating the other 68 languages. And we are in the process to ensure that we meet this challenge. So if not handled correctly, you find that the model may be subjective in its decision making. The other one is privacy and data protection. We are saying these machines are able to learn. They are able to pull data from various sources. So people put data such as personal and sensitive data from related to academic behavior, preferences, emotions, biometric, and health information. And there is a worry in how safe is our data in the cyberspace. Also, over-reliance on AI tools. Over-reliance on AI occurs when users accept AI-generated recommendation without question. So there are times like we know now that even when kids are given homework, whatever they Google, they take it to be the gospel truth. But that's why we're saying these are tools that are meant to help us make decisions. Therefore, whatever responses that we get, we need to get them and analyze them. Then we adopt them as the best solutions. Then lack of AI governance and regulatory framework. The national coordinator again called in his finishing remarks, called on the region to ensure that we have the regional AI governance and regulation. So lack of these, also without a proper AI governance, there is an increased risk of ethical issues such as subjectivity, discrimination, and unfair treatment within artificial intelligence systems. So if we talk of AI governance system, what are we talking about? So artificial intelligence governance refer to the processes, the standards, the guardrails, and the best practices that help to ensure systems and tools are safe and ethical. AI governance frameworks direct artificial intelligence research, development, and application to help ensure safety, fairness, and respect for human rights. Some of the principles that we expect to see for responsible AI governance includes being essential for managing rapid advancement in AI technology. Also, generative AI, which includes technologies capable of creating new content and solutions such as text, images, and code. This needs to be guided. Also, from enhancing creative processes in design and media automating tasks in software development. So we need also to put guidelines to the developers to say when developing, I develop a model which malfunctions, who is held responsible, who is accountable to a self-driving car if it fails to observe the rules. Then, however, with its broad applicability comes the need for robust AI governance. And the principles of responsible AI governance are essential for organization of safeguards themselves and their customers. We're talking of things like empathy. We know that a human being has empathy. For me to even break a sad news in a place like this, I need to think on the way I'm going to break that news. But with AI, even when you're writing an exam, it can come and tell you your mother is dead. So there are those things. But again, there are arguments that since we have models that are able to learn on their own, in future, we can see that these models start developing empathy. That's where we are going with AI. So everything is possible. Subjectivity control. It is essential to rigorously examine training data to prevent embedding real-world biasness and subjectivity into the AI models. Also, transparency. There must be clarity and openness on how AI algorithms operate. We do not need to create those models that favor a certain situation and disadvantage others. And that's where the governance and regulation comes in. Accountability. I gave an example of maybe an health-based model malfunctions. Who will be held accountable for such? Allow me to just give few case studies of use cases of AI and those countries that have adopted AI in parliament. If we talk of Estonia, Estonia has adopted AI and they've developed digital legislative services using AI. Also, United Kingdom, they're using AI for transcription services. When we talk of India, they are using AI for multilingual translation. Canada, they are using AI for data analytics for policy making. And Finland, they are using it for legislative impact assessment and citizen engagement. What are the recommendations to this house? One, we need capacity building, where we train legislators and staff on AI and its implications. We also need collaborative policy development. We need PPP, that's engaging tech firms for resource and expertise sharing. We also need AI research and innovation centers, legislation reforms, that is to modernize laws and accommodate AI developments. And in conclusion, as the SADC region embraces the opportunities presented by AI, it's imperative to build robust regulatory framework that prioritize ethical governance. And AI, we should realize that AI has the potential to transform parliament systems by enhancing transparency, efficiency, and citizen engagement. However, without adequate safeguards, it also poses risks such as subjectivity, privacy violations, and unequal access. We are saying, as the ICT Association of Zambia, we are not just here to present, but we are saying we stand ready to support this journey by offering expertise, facilitating partnerships, and driving capacity building initiatives. We have a pool of professionals and experts in different fields who are able to do that. If you with action as parliamentarians is one, with the vast experience in technology to give support. But the major takeaway is that, and linking it to the quote that I started with, the adoption of AI in parliaments across SADC countries is long overdue. It is no longer a question of if or when the time is now. We must choose to adopt AI proactively or risk being shaped by its inevitable progression. The choice is clear. We must take action and embrace artificial intelligence. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinangwe. The presentation has come very close to the concerns of our members. And you have launched a direct challenge, which I'm sure our members will take on. Honorable members, I'm conscious of the way we manage time, and also that this session is meant to be interactive. It's meant to be to include your participation. But what I propose is that we hear one more presentation, and then we will take some time to address immediate concerns before we go on a health break. So now I'm pleased to call on Mr. David Mulenga, the Deputy Director of the National Assembly of Zambia, for his presentation. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Mr. Roger. Okay. The Right Honorable Ms. Nelly Mutete Kashumba-Muti, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia and the host of the 56th Plenary Assembly, Honorable Speakers of the SADC Parliamentary, Honorable members of the SADC PF member parliaments and heads of delegations, Honorable Princess Kasune, the Minister of Justice, honorable members of parliament present, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Bohem. Okay, Ms. Bohem Zagoma. May I simply say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to ride on the. Can you hear me now?
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
May I simply say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me talk about, just a little bit about myself as my presentation is being prepared. I have been working in the public service for close to 12 years now, but I've been practicing ICT for over 15 years. And in my practice, I have worked in the private sector where I've actively developed software for a good part of my career. And I continued with that trend even in Parliament. And I've also managed infrastructure on which that software now has to ride. So in my current capacity, I'm now in charge of both the development of the software and the infrastructure, and also making sure that the services within the institution, that is the National Assembly of Zambia, are delivered efficiently. So that is just a brief about myself, and my presentation is now ready, so I'll get it. So, as we all are aware, parliaments have a unique role to play in democratic governance. These are places where the members of the public are represented. Okay, maybe let me get closer. So the parliament serve as places where elected representatives convey the concerns and the aspirations of the people, as we all are aware. They've been in existence for a long time. And to keep that place, that special role that parliaments play in democratic governance, they've developed certain core principles and values that must guide everything that parliaments do, even to this day. And some of these values have already been pointed out, and they include transparency, accountability, citizen participation, deliberation, and consensus building. And as you look through this list, you could easily see that they are quite interrelated. For example, when we want to hold our parliamentarians accountable over the decisions that are made on the floor of the House, the citizens must be availed what is going on the floor of the House. That's why transparency and accountability are intertwined. All the parliamentary proceedings, the entire legislative process must be made public for the citizens to be able to hold the parliamentarians accountable. In as much as parliaments are providing the representative role to the citizens, they must also provide platforms and opportunities for the citizens to actively participate in the legislative process. Deliberations and consensus building are actually at the heart of the role of parliament, because this is now the process through which various proposals, which could be in terms of bills, motions, are deliberated upon. Alternatives are proposed until finally consensus is built and decisions are made. So, how do parliaments leverage technology in their work? We've observed that in as much as technology has been advancing quite fast, especially in the last few years, parliaments have been a little bit slower in terms of adopting these technologies. And partly this has been because, as we have just seen, parliaments are built on those core principles. even as parliaments evolve and adopt technologies, they must not do so whilst neglecting those core principles. We're not going to adopt technology while we neglect why parliaments exist in the first place. However, parliaments, through the reforms and modernization strategies, have been evolving. They've been responding to the social needs, to the technological advancements, and to the needs of the people. And one of the key strategies that has come out of these reforms has been the use of technology in the work of parliament. So we've seen it's already been elaborated on how technology plays a cardinal role in modernizing parliaments and fostering citizen engagement in the legislative processes. The integration of technology has enhanced efficiencies, transparency, accessibility, and accountability within parliaments while promoting citizen participation in governance. Adoption of this technology in the work of parliament, however, must always be centered on the humans. Technology is not here to replace the humans. Unlike the example we saw where we have a legal AI, which is trying to function as a lawyer somewhere. Technology in parliaments will be centered on the humans. This is because parliaments have those core values that we talked about to start with. We're not going to come up with AIs that will replace humans, but AI is going to aid the work of the humans in parliament. All we want is to improve the efficiencies. I'll give an example on this later. Some of the areas that we could apply technology today include streamlining parliamentary operations. As it has already been pointed out, digital documentation and management through electronic workflows that will promote efficiencies within parliament. Digital establishment of digital data repositories for data organization, labeling and archiving to allow us to have quick access to this data. Legislative research and analysis. And this one, I think the previous speaker talked a little bit about this. And this is what is actually prime for mostly AI tools. As we all are aware, computers have the ability to process huge volumes of data within a short time that we just might not be able to match up as human beings today. And so as parliaments, through modernization, we're going to adopt those uses from AI that would actually aid us. And in this particular regard, AI is very useful. So in looking at legislative research and analysis, AI tools could be used to analyze the legislative trends. You could subject huge volumes of legislative data to AI tools, and they could easily give us the trends in the legislation. And this information would be very useful to our parliamentarians to identify the legislative priorities or legislation that needs to be enacted quickly enough. AI tools could also be used to help us identify the similarities and differences between the proposed legislation and laws that have already been enacted. And this would help us avoid enacting contradictory laws and making sure that all our laws are coherent. There was a talk about impact assessment and building models that could actually help us see where the laws we're proposing could take us and what impact they could possibly have. We could also use such tools to review the impact of laws that have already been established. And this would also, again, equip our members of parliament to identify and also to determine the effectiveness of the laws that have already been put forth and to see if there is need to make the necessary amendments. As we have been trying to digitize our processes, we've also been on one end providing a platform that encourages the citizens to be more active in the legislative process. One such areas is in the committee work, for example, when a piece of legislation has been referred to a committee, the members of the public would be encouraged to make submissions or to make their views known to Parliament through the committee process. The provision of digital platforms to have those submissions received has increased the workload of most committee works. And as we have said earlier, we humans cannot just quickly go through those submissions in time. And this is another place where we could subject artificial intelligence to help us quickly comb through the data, get the trends, group the data accordingly, and that would reduce our workload as members of parliament. Another area where we've seen technology playing a key role, especially in recent times, has been in the use of virtual or hybrid meetings. There are a lot of online platforms that have actually allowed parliamentarians to now participate in parliamentary meetings virtually. This was unheard of, or at least in most parliaments, we were not practicing this until the unfortunate incident of the COVID-19 pandemic. This has already been talked about. Technology could be used today to enhance our work through automating most of our repetitive works. One of the key ones is the audio to text translation. This is very good, especially for the production of the answer. In most parliaments today, we sit down, transcribe, then we produce the answer, and the process takes a lot of time. But with modern technologies today, we could quickly, almost in real time, have a version of the answered document published. However, we must take caution here. AI tools, in as much as they could transcribe on the fly, they may not understand the nuances of language. Languages are more complex. So even as we use these tools, we need to have a human behind who is going to go through that and verify that what has been produced by this computer model is representative of what the member of parliament actually said. So we're not going to replace a human being, but we're going to make sure that we lessen the load, we quicken the process. The human being will always be there to make sure they verify the output of these models that we're putting across. AI tools could also be used to translate parliamentary documents in at least two ways. If we go through most parliamentary documents, they have this parliamentary jargon that I think the citizens at large may not be keen on, they may not quickly understand. So we could use such tools to render the documents into a language that is simpler for them to understand without the jargons. The second way translation services could be used is for multilingual parliaments. We could use AI to translate from one major language to another. And I think there it will also be excellent. And as it was pointed out, it could also be used for doing repetitive works like scheduling of meetings and all. Technology enhances transparency today. In the past, before most parliaments modernized, I think parliaments were more of a closed book. They were closed institutions. But today we have access to live broadcast of the parliamentary proceedings. We could even live stream to platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and others. This has given access to information to the public in ways that we may not even have imagined some time back. And as it was pointed out earlier, Technology could also provide data dashboards that could easily give out information in a certain way to the public. Online portals, such as websites where we publish our information, even applications that could easily allow the public to have access to the laws, everything that is before Parliament, whatever Parliament discussed the previous day, how they voted, all those things are tools that are enhancing the work of Parliament. Technology today could also facilitate public citizen participation. Like I mentioned earlier, we could have the citizens quickly make their submissions to the committee work. We could have citizens petition Parliament to take on certain issues that are affecting the communities. Such technologies are also extending to direct interaction between the citizens and the members of Parliament. In the case of the Zambian Parliament, I think I could even mention that we recently developed a tool that actually promotes citizen participation. And this tool allows for members of the public to directly interact with their members of Parliament. So such platforms will always take technology, will always take the work of Parliament closer to the people as we embrace technologies today. Technology could also be used for inclusion and accessibility. We have, I recently talked about transparency, which works hand in hand with accountability. As we make the members of Parliament have access to this information, they can quickly hold their members of Parliament accountable. But that cannot happen without the technologies that are making the work of the parliamentarians visible to the public. What are some of the challenges and recommendations? We have the digital divide. The national coordinator talked about the importance of establishing the backbone on which all these services are going to ride. There is limited access to technology in rural areas today, and I think this one is one of the key elements that the governments have taken on head on. And on this one, we'd like to commend the government. We've been a beneficiary as an institution as well. We have all our constituency offices are fully connected now to reliable internet. We have capacity building, which will speak to training parliamentarians and members of staff on how to effectively use technologies today. This is very important. In as much as technologies could be available, without proper capacity building, it will just be another white elephant sitting somewhere, not providing the intended purpose. Another challenge I would want to speak to is what I opened up with. This is the preservation of the balance between innovation and core values. We can all agree that the adoption of technologies today makes parliaments more efficient. But this must be done whilst preserving the core values of Parliament. We are not going to make laws that have been made by machines. We're not going to make laws that are not representing our society. But we're going to use technology to help us have access to the right information that could easily make us make the laws that represent our society that we live in today. That is the role of technology in our lives and in parliaments today. And in so doing, all the technologies that we're going to adopt are going to be centered on the human element. The human is not going to be replaced, but we're going to use all these tools to just make sure that we can get the work done in the best way possible. And I must mention that as we adopt technologies today, as it was earlier pointed out, it must be done within a framework that we agree on so that we know where technology starts and where technology ends. And let me point out that the IPU has developed a number of guidelines on how we're going to adopt these technologies in our various parliaments. And these guidelines are for everyone involved in the process: the parliamentarians, the senior parliamentary staff, and the people who are going to actually implement. They will cater for all those. So in conclusion, let me state that leveraging technology and innovations can transform parliamentary operations and strengthen citizen participation. Technology today bridges the gap between citizens and their representatives, fostering inclusive governance and enabling democratic accountability. And to ensure the sustainability and effectiveness of the technological advancements, governments and parliaments must continue to invest in robust and secure technological systems. And for the third time, I'm going to mention this. The human element must remain central to the processes, all the processes, to ensure human oversight, accountability, retention of the ability and power to correct the course. Like it was pointed out earlier, based on, depending on the data that you use to train your AI models, the output that could be coming out of AI may not be correct. So we still need to retain our power as humans to be able to correct the position and also to make sure that we are in control. We're only using the technology today as a tool. And the continuous adoption of emerging technologies requires meticulous consideration, continuous learning, and a commitment to the fundamental values that define democratic governance. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulanga, for sharing the experiences of the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable members, we have a few minutes before we take the prescribed health break. I would now like to invite members who have quick comments and questions. Let me remind you that there is time on the program for your own experiences with technology and its uses in your parliament or in your country. Don't go into that now. Let's address the presentations, the points in the presentations that have been made, and you can ask questions of the presenters. I would ask the resource persons. Yes. Yeah. You can ask questions, and I would ask the resource persons to step up to the podium if a question is directed to them, except for Mr. Chinyama, who is at the table. He can answer from there. Are there any interventions from the floor at this point? I will recognize the chair, the speaker, Eswatini. Speaker Eswatini first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one general question. People in different countries. So as a region, how do we manage issues related to social media bullying? Or if there is any system in place to address this? Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah. So social media bullying is part of cybercrime. I think these differs from country to country depending on what has been enshrined in the act. But if I'm not mistaken, in our country, I think it's a crime, and there are penalties to that effect. But as technocrats, how we can sort this thing out? Like I was giving an example of the model that I built. So we can build models using this artificial intelligence. Those models that are able to detect and maybe filter such kind of acts, but not to, again, deny people the rights, because when human rights comes in, so those can advise a post, a user to say what you're about to post constitutes, or you'll be liable to, this crime in accordance to with this clause of the act, and you are liable to conviction or fine. Then gives the person a choice to choose whether they want to continue or not. If they continue, meaning they've assumed the personal responsibility, and now the law can apply accordingly. But ours, when we put those models, they are based on ethical standards to ensure that we inform and alert the users on the do's and don'ts. So yes, there are a lot of models that can be built to ensure that deter. They can also be built to ensure that they filter and drop the posts. But again, those comes with policies and regulations. Submit.
Oops. I have a member from the DRC, I believe.
Oui, RDC. Merci beaucoup. You speak French.
Yes. We don't have the translation, so we have to...
Oui, j'ai.
Excusez-moi, we don't have earphones for translation.
Okay, I think you should proceed. I will try and convey his question. Oh, please proceed with the question. S'il vous plaît,
Ok.
honorable.
Merci beaucoup. C'est l'honorable professeur Célestin Ikoto. Je suis très content de suivre les deux exposés. Et c'est très bien comme ça. Je les félicite. J'ai une petite question à poser aux deux techniciens. Avant de venir ici, j'ai posé l'examen à l'université où j'enseigne. Les étudiants sont entrés avec les téléphones et ils avaient une application, ils avaient toutes les réponses. Les méfaits de l'intelligence artificielle dans l'enseignement. Parce que la formation nécessite un processus. Je crois que pour y arriver, ça nécessite assez d'efforts. Dans le cadre de Parlement, du côté technique, comment organiser nos lois, comment organiser des conférences, c'est mieux. Mais du côté enseignement, ça tue la formation. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. The member has talked on the effects of artificial intelligence. Le membre honorable, on a maintenant le service d'interprétation. Donc, si vous voulez répéter la question spécifique, précise que vous avez posée, on pourrait procéder.
Ok, je disais ceci, que je suis enseignant à l'université de Kinshasa. Je suis aussi député national. Avant de prendre mon avion et venir ici, j'avais posé un examen à l'université. Les étudiants sont entrés avec les téléphones. Il y a une application dans les téléphones où ils ont toutes les réponses. J'ai parlé des méfaits de l'intelligence artificielle dans le sens de l'enseignement. Mais du côté technologique, il y a des avancées. Je prends par exemple l'exemple de la RDC. Une dame a inventé un robot qui règle la circulation. Et ça, bien, côté intelligence artificielle. Mais du côté de l'enseignement, là où je trouve que ça ne favorise pas, ça ne donne pas une bonne formation. Parce que là, du coup, parce que la formation nécessite un processus. Et pour y arriver, ça prend du temps pour apprendre. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Merci. Has Mr. Chinyayama been able to follow the question? Would you like to give a response? The question was about the use of artificial intelligence by students in taking exams and the use of information from artificial intelligence to meet exam questions. Please.
Okay, so when it comes to AI, before I single down to the use by students, what is very clear, and I think what the world has realized, is that we've got to have very strong legislature on AI. Because whilst it can be used, it can also be abused. And the way the world is, the abusers are more than they are more effective. So legislation has to be clear and on the point. Secondly, even as much as it came out in the presentations that were here, the resource people, the ones who are providing this AI, must also be held accountable. Now, that accountability also comes from the legislature. It should be clear that the policies should be clear. Whoever is the provider must be held accountable. Now, so once we have legislature, it doesn't stop. By the way, legislature will not stop access to these negativities of AI, because they are on the global net. They are available. But having it there is the most important thing, because you have a point at which you can act from. Without that, you have no point to act from if someone does the contrary. So now we zero down to the question. And I understand it as, what do we do with students who are using AI maybe to cheat exams? Am I correct?
Yes.
So what we do is, when we catch them, because legislature is there, we punish them. Now, that can only happen when legislature is there. Remember, we cannot really stop access to some of these things because they are on a global net. They are in the cyber. The cyber has got no walls. It has got no roadblocks. It is open. People can do whatever they want on the cyber. What is important is us to have the laws and the regulations to ensure that there are penalties to those that do to the contrary. And I think you will agree with me. Our friends in the West have really taken this as an urgent thing. If you've noticed, in the last 2 years, there are all these gatherings to look at what do we put in place as legislature for AI. It's because of all these things that are being noticed that are a danger to the human society. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chinyama. I will take the question from South Africa, and we will keep the questions from Angola, Malawi, and RDC to take after break. And Lesotho, I'm happy to add your name, speaker. And Namibia, I will take the question from South Africa now. Can we have a microphone on the floor? Thank you. Here you are, sir.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, my name is Kosana David from South Africa. I just wanted to ask the doctor about both the prof and the doctor, I guess, the issue of bullying on the social media. Because some people are hiding their names, and it looks like all over the world, they are unable to be identified. Whether you call that cyber security, but indeed, we have a lot of people now hiding their names, bullying other people, and there's no protection, and they cannot be identified. My second last question as well is that with all the professors and doctors in Africa, we still have no one who has invented an app about what is happening in the world now. For instance, you have WhatsApp, you have X, you have TikTok, you've got everything which comes from the West and from the US. In your meetings, how can we really have our own and have pride to say, this is what we invented? I don't even want to go to issue of cars and other things. I'm just saying in terms of what we have, people who are academic, but unable, they are unable to come up with an app which would be identified as an African app, because all the time it looks like we are following and we are just the consumers of everything which comes from the West and
Thank
from
you.
the US. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sinong, Dr. Sinangwe, you have been addressed.
Thank you very much for that question. So, yes, we have a lot of people in the cyberspace who are creating anonymous accounts, and that's a very big challenge, yes. But I think as countries, we have rights to, collaborate with Meta, the Facebook, and these other social platform owners, so that we see how we can ensure that we develop models that when I create an anonymous account, it shouldn't even be allowed to get in the cyberspace. I know there are many, but I think it's very difficult because you can put down one, another one is created. So the only thing that can happen is when we put in stringent measures to ensure that such accounts are not allowed to be in the cyberspace. I know it's a very big task, but these technologies are just coming in, and we are slowly exploring to see how best we can use them, especially when we adopt them into our corporate world. When it comes to, you mentioned the issue of having academicians, but we haven't developed apps. I think we're getting there. In a case of association, what we've done in Zambia through the Ministry of Technology, we've actually extended this thing to universities. We are creating hackathons where we throw challenges on students. We give them challenges to develop applications, those applications based on real life situations. What we are trying to see is to ensure that apart from identifying skills in students, we see if we can sort out those problems. Because you agree with me that students are very good at providing solutions, even more than us people already in employment. But so far, there are a lot of people who've built applications that are being used in different sectors. I'll give an example in agri-tech. We have early warning systems that have been built. I've seen, I think, a lot of them that are able to alert us on the floods and even some attacks on the crops. We have some predictive analysis, models that have been built. So I think we haven't just done maybe a research to see how many people. What we are lacking is a regional AI governance to ensure that, because we guide the usage of these apps. But right now, I think we have a lot of people who are trying to build those. But we'll take it and see if we can improve and develop more apps in that line.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sinangwe. I'm happy to call for our health break at this point. I have the questions from Angola, Malawi, RDC, Lesotho, and Namibia, which we will take right after break. I will have to, and also Eswatini. I will have to limit the questions for the moment to that because we will have another series of presentations after break, after these questions, and then there will be full time for questions and interventions. Thank you very much, and I will ask the resource persons to please stay with us after break in order to deal with the questions. Thank you. Next one. We will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
Honorable speakers and leaders of delegation, may we quickly capture a picture of yourselves and resource persons before the makeup melts away? Just in front here, we'll put a banner and then we'll take a quick picture with the resource person. He's slow, this guy. Eh? Let's just quickly get the picture. But let's do it when they come back. Yeah, but then let's, because there's so many chairs here.
Good presentation. I like giving you all of you. I like your vision. Oh, great.
Good morning once again, honorable speakers, honorable leaders of delegation. There'll be just a quick group photo. So we are inviting all the leaders of delegation, the honorable speakers to come to the front and we'll bring the resource persons. The resource persons will stand just behind. The honorable leaders of delegation can come to the front. Protocol officers, please, can we invite the leaders of delegation to come and sit here? Honorable members, honorable speakers of parliaments, we are invited to the front. Just stand there. Thank you, honorable speakers. We'll now take the seat. Protocol officers kindly assist with the chairs to remove all the chairs from the front. Protocol officers kindly help remove the chairs. Thank you. Yeah. Some chairs come this way. Thank you. Honorable speakers can now take their seats. Thank you. Leaders of delegation, delegates can now take their seats before I invite the president to continue. Honorable delegates can take their seats. Thank you. Honorable delegates can take their seats. Thank you. At this point, I'll hand over to the president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will call the meeting back into order. Please, honorable members, no more new questions for the moment. We will take the questions that we had before the break and then proceed with other presentations. I have a question from honorable members. May I call you to order, please? Okay, I will take the question from Malawi. A member from Malawi? Sorry. Okay. We'll save the questions for afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, excuse me. What we will do is we'll take the presentations and then we will give all the time that is left for the questions. So I will call on our next presenter, which is Chilekwa from organization REPS-C, and I would like her to introduce herself and explain the organization. Madam, you have the podium.
Thank you, Chair. May I ride on the protocols that have already been laid down? I recognize the high table. My name is Chilekwa Chisanga. I work for the Regional Psychosocial Support Initiative, REPS-C, as a Regional Policy Advocacy Communications and Partnerships Officer. I just want to say to the National Director that officially your in-laws are in. So you'll get to hear a bit from the NGO side of things, from the civil society, and just see how we are transferring the digital innovations as well as technology into the practical aspects of improving service delivery as it relates to sexual and reproductive health. And just before I do that, please allow me to acknowledge my colleagues who are from, I think I'll just ask them to stand and wave. So I'll start with Zambia. We have the country director, Madam Miriam Mwinga. We have Mr. Julio Muntemba from Mozambique. Madam Sibusisiwe Marunda from Zimbabwe. And we have Mr. George Alfandika from Malawi. Sorry. We have Madam Palesa Pampiri from Lesotho. And last but not least, we have our regional head of programs, Mr. Kelvin Ngoma. If you can just stand and wave. Thank you. I hope. Oh, and I almost forgot, pardon me. We have Madam Celeste Matros from South Africa. Thank you. And in saying that, please allow me to just share a bit about who REPS-C is. So we are a renowned Pan-African organization that works with national governments, it works with regional economic communities, but we also work with SADC. I must say, as a proud moment for us, we were part of the team that actually worked on the SADC conceptual framework for mental health and psychosocial support. But also, I am happy to state here and share with the House that we work in 13 Eastern and Southern African countries. And out of those 13, we have 6 here present. So we are a very SADC-oriented organization. I'm happy to state that SADC is our home, and we hope to get to the rest of Africa. So those are the countries that we are currently working in. I'm sure you can identify that we've almost covered the entire SADC region. We have a few that we are yet to expand to. What does REPS-C do? So we have about 5 focus areas in terms of the work that we do. First of all, we develop and transform knowledge around mental health and psychosocial support. Now, you will encounter the acronym MHPSS quite often in my presentation. That translates into mental health and support. But REPS-C also exists. We also work around provision of mental health and psychosocial support services. But we also then support to different communities just to ensure pieces of legislation. But also we provide social services workforce strengthening, and with children who are working with your young people and indeed with the youth and families and communities in terms of providing mental health and psychosocial support services. Currently, our strategic plan, which expires next year, and I'm sure we'll be reaching out to numerous stakeholders for your input, is focusing on 4 thematic areas. We have health and sexual reproductive health. We work around education and early childhood development. We also work around protection and sustainable livelihoods. But last but not the least, we also work around disaster risk reduction and humanitarian response. Our current SR-HR programming has got 4 pillars in terms of what we are currently doing. So we look at the prevention and management of early and unintended pregnancy among adolescents 10 to 19, but we also work around the prevention and management of HIV among children, adolescents, as well as young people. We also look at the prevention and management of child marriage, and I know that as SADC, these are realities that we can all relate to because I think we bear almost the largest burden of these issues that we are articulating. We also look at the prevention and management of sexual gender-based violence. And this is how we get it done. So we look at implementing psychosocial life skill-based SR-HR interventions. We have a whole catalog that looks at implementing psychosocial skills, and these border on your decision making, your self-awareness, your self-management. And for us as REPSI, we firmly believe that enhancing the psychosocial skills of young people will enable them to make better decisions and even to drive uptake and demand for sexual reproductive health services. We believe it starts with a psych. And once a psych is properly worked on, then we can be confident that our young people, our adolescents are going to make the right decisions. We also look at providing trauma-informed therapy to adolescents and also counseling, especially for those who've undergone traumatic experiences that may include sexual gender-based violence. We also look at strengthening the capacity of healthcare workers for them to provide mental health and psychosocial services within their core health services. We also support children and young people who are living with HIV, but we also then strengthen the capacity of families and communities to support children and young people living with HIV and battling with the aspects of their realities. We also look at enhancing the uptake of SR-HR information as well as services. So I must say that technology for REPSI is becoming something that we are adopting. And I think this stems from numerous realities that we face as an organization. We have been able to promote awareness raising around mental health and psychosocial support, but we've also been able to prevent and respond to mental health challenges or disorders, but also aspects of addressing stigma, discrimination, especially associated to mental health and early and unintended pregnancy, including GBV and child marriage. So why has REPSI decided to adopt technology and digital innovation? And I must say that this is a journey we are quite young at, and we are growing at it every day, and we're happy to be part of such platforms because then this advances our knowledge and working around this. So we have realized that there have been a lot of investments in terms of the digital space, in terms of the infrastructure, and that has provided a ready ground that is able to take up interventions that are technology-based within communities and even within the sectors that we work. But there's also been an increase in terms of access to digital platforms, gadgets within the SADC region, and this is an opportunity for us to begin exploring how best we can work at getting into that particular space. But also we realize that most of our places and implementation catchments, especially the rural areas, are quite hard to reach. And sometimes getting information to those places becomes a challenge. But we realize that with the power of technology, once harnessed and harnessed effectively, can get us into those places. So that is a huge opportunity guiding our interest around leveraging technology as well as digital innovations. But COVID-19 also, for many sectors, including our own sectors, prompted us to begin thinking of new and different ways to explore how we deliver interventions. So we can no longer deliver interventions in the traditional way. We have to explore new avenues to do this. And COVID, I think, was a good trigger for us to begin exploring how we change our work. But also with economic hardships and more economic involvement of people, you realize that it may not be exactly possible to meet people in the traditional way, where you send messages in a community and you say, let's gather at 10 p.m. or let's gather at 2 p.m. and discuss this particular aspect, because people are on the move. So that again presents an opportunity for us. While it is a challenge, it presents an opportunity for us to begin saying, how do we respond to the realities on the ground? I'll now move to just speak a bit into our digital aspects. We have been able to use WhatsApp-based groups to deliver interventions to adolescent and young mothers. And of course, you will agree with me that there's a lot that comes with being an adolescent or young mother, especially if it is unplanned and if it is unintended. So we have been able to deliver mental health and psychosocial support services through WhatsApp to adolescent mothers, but we've also been able to use WhatsApp to have life skills-based conversations with adolescents and young people, and also deliver group counseling. Most of our resources as REPC are narrative approaches to approach the issues around mental health. We've also been able to digitalize most of our resources. We have what is called the Talking Book. This is a digital resource that looks at enhancing the aspect of self-disclosure between and among caregivers and their children. But we've also been able to encourage adherence to treatment through this particular Talking Book. We also have the Digital Hero Book, which is a book that helps young children through artistic means and autobiographical means to identify the challenges or obstacles that prevent them from getting to their aspired goal, and then also drive them into getting the solutions on hand. We've also been able to use radio-aided conversations for awareness raising, but also to deliver information around sexual reproductive health, as well as link people to services. In a practical way, what we have done for local communities is whatever messages we intend to disseminate to the community, we then first of all translate them in the local languages, and then we load them on SD cards that are then used within different groupings so that the message that is going out is very standardized. The same have also been used for radio platforms where we air interactive radio sessions, and at the beginning of the session, that 10-minute radio spot is played, and then a conversation is held around it, just so that we standardize information as well as get the message right to the people. We've also been able to use radio-aided platforms to deliver trainings. I am proud to stand here and share that in Zambia, we have been able to train over 1,000 teachers in terms of mental health and psychosocial support integration within the education sector. And because this is for us, the realization that children will spend the majority of their time in a classroom and in a school. And with parents becoming more and more busier, we needed to make the school a safe haven for children. And how best to start off, but ensuring that we have dealt with the mental health and psychosocial support issues in the school. I'm also happy to share that we have been able to deliver tele-based therapy to persons who are survivors of conflict, to persons who are survivors of gender-based violence, and other forms of abuses. So in terms of the digital platforms that we are currently using, and like I said, this is a journey that we continue to explore. We have been able to use radio. We have used the social media platforms. We've also used Teams as well as Zoom to deliver different aspects of trainings, as well as service provision. This journey hasn't been without any limitations. We've had limitations that we have faced, and I think day by day, we continue to learn better at working around these limitations. So one of them is the high cost of digitalization. And I think this is a cry that all civil society may have, that getting our hard copy materials materials into digital form has been at great cost. And so while we would want to move very fast, there's a limitation around funding in that particular area, but we're not giving up. This is a journey we've begun and we are committed at it. But also there's limited availability of digital facilities in schools. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic did expose this gap in terms of how it then limited access even to online learning, and worse off even for interventions that we deliver within the schools as well. But also there's a resistance from the project beneficiaries or participants in terms of moving away completely from the physical means of accessing the interventions to begin accessing these through digital platforms. And so constantly you get a question or two, am I still going to be able to speak to the therapist? Am I still going to be able to speak to this person? So that resistance is something that we have identified as a challenge, and we continue to work around making our project beneficiaries a bit more comfortable to accept these digital innovations and interventions. But also we have noted that there's an equal access to internet, especially between the men and the women. As you can, I don't think, oh yeah, there it is. Between men who are currently standing at 35% in comparison to women. And for us, this is a big concern because when we look at HIV, for example, many will say that it has a female face, isn't it? We'll have statistics that are saying that adolescents and young women, adolescent girls and young women are 3 times more likely to contract HIV than their male counterparts. So we need to get this technology in their hands because then it allows us to deliver the right messages to protect themselves, but also if they're infected, to manage the infection that they have had. So we strongly feel this has to be addressed. There's also very limited uptake in terms of internet use. We recognize and appreciate that most of SADC region is at 80%, 88% in terms of the population's access to internet coverage. However, only 1 in every 4 people are using internet, and we feel that needs to be worked at. And I agree with the speakers before me that we need to address the aspects of sensitization so that we move people along with technology and in a responsible and effective manner. We have a few recommendations. And to start off, we are recommending that we enact laws that look at sufficient allocation, budget allocation to schools so that we can then have these digital facilities in the schools. But then we are also looking at enacting laws that promote adolescent girls and young women's access to internet services and digital gadgets, but also to enhance laws that will foster equitable access and usage of internet, especially for the most rural dwellers who are usually left out. So I thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take questions from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chisanga. I think you have given us an excellent example of the application of technology in one particular sector. We will move to our next presentation, and I'm happy to call on Mr. Brian Habinzu, who is a Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Technology and Science, for his presentation. Please. I will invite Mr. Habinzu to dispense with the usual protocol. We will stand on protocol observed, and he can proceed directly to his presentation.
No, it's not the one.
Thank you so much, Your Excellence. Please allow me to write on the protocol that has already been observed, established. Yes, my name is Brilliant Habenzu. I'm the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Technology and Science. I'm going to take you through a presentation. We've decided to entitle our presentation today, Adoption of Technology and Science, Zambia's role in the collaboration within the SADC region. So some of the pages in my presentation, I'm going to skip them because I think, the presenter that came before me, they have already been able to mention some of the things there. So this becomes a brief background of my presentation, mainly trying to emphasize so much around the opportunities for collaboration. I think that is what we, I would want to focus much mainly on. So we have what we call the Zambia the 8th National Development Plan in Zambia, and so this plan spells out how we wish to develop our country. And there are 4 key pillars that we've been targeting in there, which is the economic transformation and job creation, human and the social development. Our population is about around 20 million thereabout. Indeed, most of the population being useful. In terms of ICT, we're talking about, its contribution to the GDP standing at about 2.9%. And then our internet penetration somewhere around 64%. But we realize that in order for us to develop our country, there are key drivers that we have identified, being agriculture, mining. Technology becomes one of the enablers of these key drivers of our job creation and economic transformation of our country. We've got policies and the regulatory framework and the legal framework in place that we have in place in order for us to drive the development of the country. This being the ICT policy itself, artificial intelligence strategy, which was recently launched, and got the National Digital Transformation Strategy. We have in place the Cyber Crimes Act, which we are reviewing, and we've decided to split it as we review this role. Cyber security bill and the cyber crime, so that is done separate. This is trying to align our laws according to the Malabo Convention. Yes, we also have got the Government Act number 1 of 2021 and the Data Protection Act. So this becomes very important that we have as a country. So that just gives some kind of a background. I'm not going to to get so much into there, but then getting so much into the presentation around partnerships, the importance of partnership and collaboration. So in terms of development, I think Smart Zambia National Coordinator, he did speak about the importance of infrastructure. If we are to bring in meaningful economic, electronic government, to be able to include all the citizens at the end of the day, and to be able to see how we can collaborate and do it together, we need infrastructure in place. So through Starlink satellite, that is based internet connectivity, I think this one, we have been able to connect our citizens to the tune of about 4,000 people that have been connected from the time when we issued out the licenses. We issued out the licenses using our regulator ZICTA, and so these licenses, they saw in the coming of MTN, Baobab, and then also the Sonic, BCS, and Starlink, to bring in various technologies for purposes of internet connectivity, Starlink coming in with its satellite connectivity. And I'm glad to mention that through Baobab, we've also been able to connect to most of our countries, our neighboring countries. The only one that we're remaining with, just some few, kilometers before it can be fully connected, Mozambique. All our neighbors through fiber optic, we have actually been, able to connect. The other thing that we have done is that we have an MOU with Google. This was signed, and the idea was to bring in or to create the Center of Excellence in terms of artificial intelligence artificial intelligence has been mentioned so much as one of the two that we feel is supposed to help us, as a country, in order to enhance our productivity and our efficiency. Then we have been upgrading our mobile sites, most of them which were predominantly 2G, not allowing internet. But this time around, support this directive, we said any tower that is going to be erected in Zambia should come with a minimum of 4G. And so that is what we're doing. The whole idea is to make sure that in terms of internet penetration, we try to see how we can increase as much as possible. Yes. So yeah, I think this one I already mentioned about our connectivity to some of the countries, around there. So what then is Zambia's role in the digital transformation and infrastructure development there? Yeah, so number one, I did mention about connectivity, that we've connected to all our neighboring countries except probably for Mozambique. We've also signed an MOU with Burundi. So this includes fiber connectivity as well along that Lake Tanganyika. We want to also connect, and we're already working on that as well. Yes, seamless, cross-border communication. Communication. I think the president of Zambia did mention about the non-stop border post. The whole idea is to be able to ensure that we would not congest our borders and would not delay productivity. So at the end of the day, we are trying to see how can we create an environment where we can have trust and confidence that our colleagues from the neighboring country, the information that you are telling us, say this is what has been packaged in these trucks that are carrying some goods here, is exactly the correct thing. How again can we actually also use artificial intelligence in order for us to be much more accurate and be able to be very much more efficient in what we do? So we've got this issue of the idea of the seamless border, communication there, the one network, area. So this one is speaking about how are we able to roam like home? Yes. So that's the cost of our communications, whether you are the other side of the country or maybe you are inland there, then it should not be very difficult for you to make phone calls, or communication should not be very difficult. So this is also that we're looking at there. Yeah. Then the other thing that we're talking about, the Global Digital Compact. Zambia, in collaboration with Sweden, co-facilitated the Global Digital Compact Forum at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. So, among others, the Cloud Digital Compact proposed under the United Nations framework promotes shared principles for open, secure, and inclusive digital future. Key aspects include connectivity as a human right. So looking at connectivity as a human right, digital inclusion, data protection and the privacy, very, very important, and also sustainability. We have the Timbuktu initiative. This Timbuktu initiative in Zambia, establishing the Mine Tech Hub, mine technology. I think other countries are looking at financial technologies, other countries through this initiative of Timbuktu, including the agri-tech and other countries are doing that. But in Zambia, mainly for us, we are going to be, housing the mine tech. And so through this mine tech technology, this hub there, we're trying to encourage research from across 30 countries, especially in the areas of mining technology, to bring in efficiency and see how we can leverage the mining sectors in our country and see how we are able to benefit as a country from there. So in terms of opportunities for regional cooperation, which we are trying to put here, we're trying to think of like how are we able to bring in harmonization in terms of the cybersecurity laws and the policy frameworks, because at the end of the day, cyber crimes have got no borders. Offenses that are happening here in Zambia, or cyber threats that are happening here in Zambia, they're also going to affect other neighboring countries and vice versa. So it means that at the end of the day, we want a situation where we have got a collaborated effort in order to address these challenges that affect all of us as a region. The other thing that we're talking about, I mentioned cross-border and data exchange. How can we strengthen collaboration in interconnect platforms for e-commerce, governance, and digital trade across SADC? So this talks about the non-border posts like we are talking about. Very, very important as well. The third one, I already mentioned it earlier again, the MindTech Hub partnership, where we want to see how, within the SADC region, we can take advantage of the hub that is being established in Lusaka in Zambia, so that we are able to bring in around research, value addition in our main nodes, and probably even, better ways and more efficient ways of conducting our mine. The other one is the unified roaming network, the one that I'm talking about, like roam at home. How can we work together as the country so that we're able to roam at like home, so that the cost of our phone calls or communication does not become all of a sudden expensive just because of crossed borders, but within the SADC region, we're able to have, affordable costs. In conclusion, I want to mention that the uptake of technology and application of sectors through digital transformation presents a unique opportunity to drive socio-economic development at regional level. The presentation on AI did mention exactly how we can bring in around efficiencies if at all we are to actually adopt it there. The world is increasing, embracing emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and cloud computing. So SADC is well positioned to capitalize on this advancement. If we can work together, make sure that our laws are speaking to each other properly, then we'll be able to actually, create a situation where we are able to benefit from the emerging technology that are coming up there. So this potential is further amplified by the regions rich in agriculture, rich in deposits of critical minerals such as nickel, manganese, and cobalt, essential for powering new energy vehicles and other technology innovations. To harness these opportunities, the SADC region must prioritize developing skills across the entire value chain of critical minerals, agriculture, particularly in leveraging to optimize artificial intelligence for purposes of research extraction, processing, and the supply chain management. There is need to enhance the underdeveloped talent pool and invest in high performance computing, robust digital connectivity, and comprehensive data governance frameworks. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abinzu, for a very extensive presentation. Honorable members, we will go back to questions and comments. I ask you in the interest of time to be brief and specific, and in addressing your point. We aim to end this session at 1 p.m. I have first a member from Angola. I think is the member still here for the question, please?
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente. Todo o protocolo observado. A minha pergunta era para o senhor Mulenga, não sei se está aí, mas a dado passo da sua intervenção, ele terá posto a questão relacionada com as plataformas digitais versus os parlamentares, que foi referido que os parlamentares são lentos na adoção de tecnologias de informação, o que facilitaria o seu trabalho com os cidadãos. O que eu gostaria de saber é que qual é o processo de integração dos parlamentares para que, de facto, eles possam adotar essas tecnologias e poderem também ser mais céleres no tratamento das questões tecnológicas, porque me parece que há aqui algum trabalho que tem que ser feito com os parlamentares para que, de facto, eles se habituem e tenham a prática de lidar com as tecnologias de informação. Portanto, era essa a minha questão. Queria ouvir um pouco qual é a experiência da Zâmbia, já que a questão foi aqui abordada. Muito obrigada, senhor presidente.
Thank you. May I have a resource person from Zambia?
Thank you very much for that question. I got part of it. The other part, I think the PS system gave up, so I didn't get. But I'll be able to address the matters that I've picked up from your question nonetheless. Okay, so you are asking the integration process to help increase the uptake of these technologies as it applies to members of parliament. Okay, so what I indicated in my presentation was that I think this slow process of the uptake of technologies is general. I think it applies, it affects most parliaments, and partly it's because parliaments are not just at liberty to pick up anything that is thrown their way. They still need to maintain their core values as we adopt these technologies. We are not replacing a human. Even as we adopt technologies, we still need to maintain that human element in there. So there are things that need to be considered in the first place. However, what is key as we come up with these interventions, tools that we believe are going to help make the work of the parliamentarians much easier, is that we need to invest not only in the technology, but the change management process itself. It's very important. If we do not explain and make the members of parliament understand the value and full potential of these tools that we invest heavily in and spend a lot of time and other resources on, without making them get the full benefit, they will be reluctant to take them on. So the change management process must be managed well, the full cycle. Then we need capacity building. I'll give an example in our parliament. We have an in-house software development team that makes various applications for use for members of parliament. What we do is every time we've made changes to those applications, we would actually request the speaker so that we could have a session with the members to make them fully understand what we have done, how this is going to help them in their work. Also, we conduct these capacity building activities regularly. Every time Parliament resumes, we would want to sit with them, run them through all these tools that are available. Every time we make changes, we still have to sit down and make them understand. Once members appreciate that these tools are actually making their work easier, they jump onto the technologies and it benefits them.
Thank you, Mr. Chilunga. I have a question from Malawi. Is the person okay? We will move on. Thank you. I had a hand from the Odyssey. A microphone, please, on the floor.
Merci, honorable président. Je suis Monsieur Clément Mouboyaï, je suis sénateur de la République démocratique du Congo. Ma question a deux volets. Je ne sais pas regarder tout le monde, c'est ça la première question, mais vous qui êtes devant, il suffit de regarder dans la salle, vous verrez où est-ce que tout le monde est concentré et sur quoi. La majorité est concentrée sur son téléphone. Je parlais ici de l'intelligence artificielle. Je trouve que avec cette intelligence artificielle, il y a beaucoup plus d'inconvénients. Les deux inconvénients que je vais évoquer ici, le premier, c'est que cette intelligence artificielle ne permet pas aux gens de se concentrer sur l'essentiel. Ici dans la salle, l'essentiel, c'est cette conférence que nous sommes en train de faire ou ce meeting. Mais la plupart restent concentrés sur les téléphones en étant peut-être en contact avec ceux qui sont à la maison, au bureau, au pays et consorts. C'est un inconvénient. Quelle est la solution ou les palliatifs? Le deuxième volet de ma question, c'est sur le problème de l'emploi ou du chômage. Avec l'intelligence artificielle, nous constatons tous, j'étais dernièrement dans un restaurant, au lieu que le serveur vienne nous servir, c'est un robot qui passait servir les uns et les autres. Et sur les tabliers de ces robots, il y avait 4 ou 5 cases. Donc, au lieu d'engager 4 ou 5 personnes, on diminue le nombre de travailleurs, on se sert du robot pour qu'il aille servir les uns les autres. Ne trouvez-vous pas que c'est un inconvénient aussi par rapport à l'emploi, alors que ici, la plupart des pays de la SADC, nous sommes des pays en développement où les problèmes de chômage se posent avec acuité. Est-ce que nous avançons ou nous reculons avec l'intelligence artificielle? Merci.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I wonder if I can address this question to Mr. Chinyama. If you would like to respond.
The first one is a very subjective one. Very difficult to answer. I'll leave that one. I'll go straight to the second one, which is on jobs versus technology. So when it comes to jobs against technology, it's not only artificial intelligence. Every sphere of, let me say, every sphere of innovation has an outcome that would require the use of more accurate tendencies than human tendencies. So even when you want to secure an environment, security, for instance, if you have the capabilities to have a camera and you have the capabilities to have razor technology, you will use that rather than use a human being who might sleep on duty. It's about efficiencies. That danger is in a lot of spheres of innovation, not just artificial intelligence. I just wanted to make that clear. It's not only on AI. It could be even on robotics. It could be on medicine. On medicine, those things that human beings used to do, if they have found that which can do better, the trend is that the world goes to that which is more efficient. What the economists tell us is that we should therefore diversify. We should, now we're talking about global employment indexes and things like that. If we are to maintain that everybody that is productive is doing something, we must diversify. We must allow for entrepreneurship. We must allow for those things that will allow us to even be more productive on the productive things. So it's a question of efficiency versus humanitarianism. I recently read an article, and I know this won't be very popular because we are a majority are politicians. But I read an article where one of the philanthropists was saying, in the future, we'll get to a point where everybody will be on a salary, whether they're working or not. Because in his analogy, he was saying, we are getting to a point where we want efficiencies on everything. Business, we want efficiency. We want to reduce costs. We want to ensure that the quality is high. For as long as the world goes with the need to be more efficient, more cleaner, there is going to be a reduction of use of human beings and more of those systems that will give you that which we are striving for. So it's a very tricky debate. However, what we have seen, for instance, in our country is that the graph first starts with even creating employment. Before, I think there is a certain point where maybe the employment starts dropping. I'll give you an example. We have rolled out, I was presenting here, that we've rolled out infrastructure across the country. What that has forced us to do is to look for SMEs in those other regions where we've rolled out this infrastructure and this technology so that these people can provide maintenance to that technology. These are people who probably would not think they would have to have jobs such as that right there in the other areas. So if you understand how I'm putting it, is that first of all, the trend will be that we'll need more people. As we are going into this new area, as we are expanding, as we are taking development in the other remote areas, we will increase the need to have human intervention and therefore increase the jobs. But maybe there's an optimal level where we get to an equilibrium and then that graph starts going down. The goodness is that I think for us who are here, the graph is still going up. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chinyama. I have a question from Lesotho. The Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a rather involved and very complicated question.
Keep it simple, Honorable Speaker.
Well, we will make it simple. I'll just throw it as it is. I am thinking more about economic development vis-a-vis technology. That I find that in all civilizations, starting from the Industrial Revolution and on, right up to climate change and all this, the solutions come in such a way that we in Africa have to import, have to buy something from somebody. right now we are talking about technology, about AI and so on. And when you look at what is being suggested here, is that there will be lots and lots of imports, either of materials or of human resources, and so on. I'm thinking, even when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, are we not ready to take over? Couldn't Africa lead now and let others import from us? We are always importing, and that means as long as somebody sells to you, they are wealthier than you are. I guess that is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. It would help if you can address your question to a particular presenter. Could I ask Mr. Habinzu for his opinion on this issue?
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much, for the concern that the speaker has raised from Lesotho. Yes, Africa importing more than what we're exporting. A serious concern, not only for Lesotho, but also for us in Zambia. And this is why, if you heard even in the presentation that I was talking about it, how can we leverage technology and ensure that we increase more trade amongst ourselves to take advantage of, for instance, the natural resources which we have, the minerals and the ability, maybe the good environment that we have, for purposes of agriculture, so that we are able to be more productive. And even when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're talking about efficiency. At times we are beaten, basically because we are not very accurate. The goods that we produce at times are not very good, so that we'll be able to actually penetrate other markets. And so at the end of the day, no one is willing to actually buy what we are able to produce because it's not up to that standard. But with, us coming together, working together, I was talking about the mine technology, for example, the hub, for instance, yes, for purposes of innovations. How can we do like collaborative research as Africa and the beginning as the SADC region, so that we have got solutions to these common problems that affect us, and we begin to internalize our own solution for the problem that we have. That way, then we are going to minimize import and we begin to optimize in terms of export and grow our economies. And so this is what I call a lot of these member countries to think of how we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abinzu. Question from Namibia. Did I have a member from Namibia who wanted to ask a question? Yes, madam. Could you pass the microphone, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My question would be to Mr. Chinyama. Basically, your emphasis on infrastructure development is important. But however, discussions on the recent happenings on the continent, number one, issues on the cable failures, the undersea cable failures that have happened particularly in February, March, and May, have struck debates on whether the continent and the region itself is really ready to use and get the potential of ICT and to use it as an economic catalyst. Now, others obviously in this debate have stated that if we enhance our partnership between developed and developing countries, this will ensure that we, number one, bridge the digital divide and the infrastructure incapacity that we have. Now, a number of issues that I would like to ask you, in your knowledge and years of working in ICT, what would be the thematic areas that we could focus as members of parliament in SADC Parliamentary Forum as to what policy architecture we can use to ensure that, number one, we protect our local innovation and technological hubs from this Western and Asian dominance that has risen because of a digital gap between the continents. And then number two, when we're dealing with this digital gap, how do we then ensure that we empower ourselves first, and then also we get the best deals for each and every country within the region? So my concern is the dominance that they have, that the Western world has within our data economy.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Chinyama, you have been addressed.
Right. Thank you for that question. And it's a real concern. I must say, it's a very good question. It's a real concern. The concern is to the extent that, I don't know if you people know what we call IP addresses. Have we heard of what we call IP address? An IP address is an address that is given to anything that is processing information, like a computer or a phone. It has an IP address. They'll say, oh, I think you've heard people say, no, we tracked the IP address, and this IP address is telling us this computer is somewhere. The concern is so serious that up to now, us in this continent, we still get IP address regimes from the West. But for someone who understands what an IP address is and what it's meant to do, you realize that this is something that we could have gone on our own about a long time ago. But we are still getting these regimes from the West. From my experience, the biggest problem we have is that we are fragmented. In what sense? We are fragmented in that if we in Zambia come up with an idea to improve the situation that we are in, we take it upon by ourselves because we want the headlines to say Zambia has a breakthrough on this. Our friends even ignore the politics that are there, West versus East. They ignore that, come together for technological breakthroughs. That's the biggest difference that is there. They come together. Even those that we know have these geopolitical issues, without mentioning anyone, on technological breakthroughs, they collaborate. Whereas we are not even in any geopolitical situation, but we are fragmented. Someone has managed to keep us fragmented. And for me personally, I think that would be the first step towards catching up, or even at least getting those things that by now we should be on ourselves on. The other issue in relation to the earlier question, I would say, yes, let's learn from them. But those things that we have that they do not have, let's move with those and be ahead, at least in those areas. One would think, give an example of something. I don't want to say witchcraft, but I'm saying there are things that we are ahead of them. The PS mentioned, we have agricultural land which is phenomenal here in Africa. Why aren't we ahead? We have the sun for free, it's there, and we already know what the sun can do in terms of providing energy. Why aren't we ahead in those areas? We have water, fresh water. we have, so if we concentrated and moved ahead with those things that we have already leverage on, we would be better off. Secondly, if we collaborated more, it shouldn't be, oh, South Africa has this breakthrough. Rwanda has done this. If you look carefully, you never hear one European country has done this. We just know that the West have done this. Two, leveraging on those things that we are already having an advantage on. Thank you. I hope I've helped.
Thank you. I think a very clear answer. I had a hand from Ms. Swatini. Do I still have a question from Ms. Swatini? Yes, Honorable Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I hope this question is directed to the coordinator of e-governance government. There's no question, I must actually pronounce that leveraging and embracing digital innovation and technology is the way to go from various fronts. One front would be speed in the processing of either e-business or e-governance. Now, with the challenges that seem to be frequent and regular in terms of connectivity, how do we balance e-business versus the ordinary mode of doing business manually? So how do we, this thing seems to be a setback against a very good idea, a very good innovation, a progressive one for that matter. But if we have even witnessed it here, now how does such that impacts negatively on service delivery do we address, Mr. President? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure which member of the panel. Would Dr. Sinengwe have you followed, and would you like to address this point? He said, okay, the question was addressed to to Mr. Chinyama. Sorry. Mr. Chinyama?
So thank you very much for that question. It goes back to what I said earlier on. I'll give an example of when we got the Starlink connectivity. Me and my colleague went to understand how it works. And then when we came back, we agreed. Now, I wish I could illustrate on a whiteboard, but this is how it works. So you have, this would be the world. Let's imagine this is the world. This is the global world.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have satellites that are flying, are orbiting like this around the world, like thousands of satellites orbiting the world. So how it works is the first satellite sends the signal to those of you who have obtained the Starlink service in country. As the signal goes back, because the next satellite is somehow connected to the first satellite, the signal goes to the next satellite. So that orbiting creates like a cable. I don't know if that's making sense, because they're following each other. These these satellites are following each other in some filing system. So they create like a cable that is permanently there. So information going from whether it's Zimbabwe in and out of Zimbabwe is just going from one satellite to the next satellite, next satellite. So if some of those satellites dropped, there would be a problem with the connectivity. That's how the technology works. When I asked them for the kind of fees we're paying, if on the continent of Africa, we subscribed all the countries where these satellites are flying, would we then have a cheaper infrastructural fee for this service? I said yes. Because for them, that satellite will still fly over Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Swaziland. It will still fly over Congo, Nigeria, Morocco. They'll still fly over those. It's at no extra cost to them. So then once they charge you, they make their money. If the other country comes in, they'll make extra money, but without them incurring extra costs. Now, how would we bring infrastructure costs down? Imagine we had agreed, the whole Africa, that all of us would just have one license. Instead of paying, we are paying perhaps for use 8, which is about, I'm trying to put it in dollars, perhaps $40. Instead of paying $40 per month, we would be paying $1 per month. And the mathematics is that simple. So it goes back again. We don't collaborate. We will, so now what will happen? We will subscribe with them. Eswatini hears, oh, Zambia has also, Eswatini will also subscribe with them and will still pay $40. You are not helping the costs. Therefore, we're not helping the end beneficiary. But if we had an agreement that all of us who are in the African continent, we're just going to get one subscription, the costs go down. This undersea cable she was talking about, the logic is almost exactly the same. We are paying more here in Zambia because we have Botswana to go through before we get to South Africa. But if we all had an agreement, we would all be at a lower cost. And the end user, it will be even much, much lower. So it's very important that we understand as parliamentarians the importance of collaboration and doing things together, especially in this area of technology. There's no risk, zero risk at all. You just come together, agree, the costs are dropped. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chinyama. Honorable members, I am afraid I have to draw the line on questions here. In the interest of managing our schedule, I want to thank the resource persons who have given us such a valuable insight into this theme. And I appreciate the interest that members have shown in the subject and especially in how it will apply to our parliaments. We will continue the session this afternoon on the same theme, but for now we will break, and I hope we will be able to continue to interact with some of the resource persons in terms of further insights. Before we leave, I will ask the PR officer for announcements on lunch arrangements, please.
Thank you, President. The lunch arrangements are as follows in the restaurants. The speakers, leaders of delegation, and the Secretary General will go to the upper deck in the restaurant. And cabinet ministers and members of parliament, there are reserved tables inside the restaurant. The clerks and the secretary generals, there are also reserved tables inside the restaurant. And the staff, there's some tables just outside the restaurant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nkolo Koso. Thank you, members. I wish you a restful break and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. We will resume at 2 p.m. Thank you, and I thank you for being on time. Thank you.
Oh, yes, well done. You may go, madam. I'll follow you now. Thank you. Well done. So when are you going back? Yes, let me put my
Honorable delegates, it's preferable that you carry your laptops because the hotel staff will need to clean up. Kindly carry your laptops from here because the hotel staff need to clean up and put some water. Kindly carry your laptops. Please don't leave your mobile phones as well. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll come the time. I don't know. Wait. Oh, all right. Inside the restaurant, right? Can I take it? Yeah. Just a gentleman, just the quick one. My phone and
Again. Again. Great. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah. Not really, you can only draw. Hello. Oh, see what? Okay, and because of the rate and the
Good afternoon. Afternoon. Good afternoon. Check. 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 Check.
Honorable members, with your understanding, I'll call the meeting back into order. Since some delegations are not at the table yet, I'd be happy to start with the ones that are here. As you know, on our program, is we have presentations from each country on the theme that we have deliberated on this morning. And with that, may I start by calling on members. I think I will start in the center for a change. Perhaps may I call on the member from Malawi for the report?
The podium members, okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Salutations to you and the Secretary General. I will quickly go into a brief report on the overview of technology adoption in Malawi. Malawi is steadily adopting technology, though it faces significant challenges due to the notable digital divide. As of 2024, internet penetration reached 20.2% of the population. Social media usage highlights this disparity, with platforms like Facebook reaching 6.1% of the population and Instagram just about 0.6%. Key barriers include the affordability of devices and data, as well as infrastructure limitations, particularly in the rural areas. Government initiatives towards technology innovation. Malawi National Fiber Backbone Project. That's a project that the country has embarked on. This project aims at expand broadband connectivity, lower the cost of internet access, especially in underserved regions. Strategic frameworks. National ICT policy of 2013 provides a roadmap for technology adoption and ICT infrastructure development. Malawi Digital Economy Strategy 2021 to 2026 focuses on transitioning Malawi to a knowledge-based economy. Alignment with Malawi 2063 agenda, technology plays a critical role in achieving the vision of transforming Malawi into a self-reliant and inclusive wealth nation. This aligns with Enabler 7, technology and innovation. Government key priorities. Digital infrastructure enhances broadband access, especially in rural areas, to bridge the digital divide. Research development and innovation ecosystem, strengthening research through partnership with universities, research institutions, and private sector hubs like mHub. Support startups and innovation centers to drive tech-based solutions. Skills development. Promote STEM education to nurture a tech-savvy workforce. Address gaps in digital literacy and workforce readiness for technology and driven economy. We focus on the youth and women in technology. Malawi's youth population is centered to its tech-driven growth strategy. Initiatives include Girls in ICT initiatives, encourage girls to explore tech careers by providing mentorships and resources. Digital Malawi project, we emphasize on it promotes inclusivity and skills development for underrepresented groups. Technology transforming Malawi's parliament. We have introduced of the e-chamber system, modernizes the legislative process with electronic voting, ensuring accuracy, transparency in decision-making and time saving. Provides real-time access to legislative schedules and documents, reducing inefficiencies. FTR system by Hansard, a digital transcription system that reduces delays in producing official parliamentary records, ensures high accuracy through playback and verification of debates. Parliament TV and Facebook Live. Parliament TV broadcasts live debates, enhancing public understanding of legislative processes. Facebook Live expands access, particularly for younger citizens and those in rural areas who have internet connectivity. Upgraded website and feedback portal. Enables interactive engagements, allowing citizens to provide feedback on legislative documents and voice opinion on parliament initiatives. Koha Library System. It's a digitalized platform offering access to legislative documents, research papers, and parliamentary publications, ensuring preservation and accessibility of institutional knowledge. Challenges and opportunities. Challenges. Funding gaps for developing advanced technological infrastructure, limited technical skills among parliamentary staff and other stakeholders. Efforts to address the challenges. Partnerships with the international organizations like UNDP, EU, and the USAID under the Malawi Support Program. Training ICT officers through attachments to technological advanced parliaments to align and gain expertise. Opportunities. Growing digital literacy and investments in a broadband infrastructure. Expanding youth and women's participation in tech-driven governance. Impact and vision for the Parliament of Malawi. Technology is driven more inclusive and transparent governance in Malawi's parliament. Investments in innovation and partnerships are crucial for achieving developmental milestones outlined in the 2063 agenda. A continued focus on digital transformation will foster responsive and governance and active citizen participation. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now go to the member from Seychelles, and after that I will call on the member from Lesotho, if you will be prepared to step up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everybody. The application of technology and innovations for Parliament means optimize productivity, efficient decision-making process, improve management, and increase engagement, among other possible benefits. Let me give you a brief information on technology and innovation in Seychelles context in relation to parliaments. The last national ICT policy of Seychelles was launched in 2007, setting the national ICT policy objective being ICT infrastructures, legal and regulatory framework, human resources development, and industry and government. Since then, Seychelles has taken several strides aiding to leverage technology for inclusivity in the government, led by the Department of Information Communication Technology, DICT. The DICT current plan and strategies as per its mandate and website are as follows, with many of the strategies addressing the role of Parliament in leveraging on technology and innovation for inclusive and responsive Parliament. Modernize and update the national ICT policy and strategic plan. Work closely with stakeholders to make ICT hardware and software more affordable. Increase the residential penetration of computer and internet access. Foster collaboration with ICT service provider to continue investing in the infrastructure and encourage service providers to introduce affordable and innovative services. Promote, improve universal access to basic ICT service and ensure that tariffs are competitively priced. Promote and facilitate the deployment of eco-commerce in Seychelles. To connect all government departments to the electronic government network. To allow the secure integration of the various information systems of government. Thus, to make available government services, e-services online on the internet, where appropriate, for access of services by businesses and public in general. Modernize the ICT legislative framework to bring it in line with established and developed ICT markets. This includes the review of the Broadcasting and Telecommunication Act and the development of the regulation pertaining to license fee, interconnection, competition, interception of communication, infrastructure sharing, and use of safe digital space. Whereas the National Assembly of Seychelles, IT infrastructure and management is conducted internally by the Parliamentary Information Technology Department and not by the Department of Information Communication Technology Department, which is government regulated. This has allowed the National Assembly to progress and advance to the best of its capabilities, improving its digital accessibility, inclusivity, and responsiveness. Part of this network is also the Public Relations and Protocol Division, utilizing social network, incorporating technology and innovation into parliamentary practices. The National Assembly of Seychelles has therefore implemented this in the following ways. Active use of social and professional media network as channel of communication to the public. The network include Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. On the first to the work of the National Assembly, that of members and committee, including international missions, as pertain to their oversight and representation roles, are posted and published in a timely manner. In addition to live streaming the House sitting and public hearing, the Parliament YouTube channel also includes educational videos on Parliament on topics such as role of Parliament in Seychelles. The National Assembly of Seychelles website provides various ways for the public to contact the National Assembly, mainly via the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk. Also provided are the contact for press inquiries, general inquiries, and for group visits. The Parliament website is modern, user-friendly, and well-maintained. Visitors to the website will find that they are able to access all relevant information and documents related to the work of the Parliament. The Assembly is currently in the process of producing videos for the deaf community under the Parliamentary Deaf Program funded by Commonwealth parliamentarians with disability grant, the CIPWPD. Commonwealth parliamentarians with disability to improve the parliamentary inclusivity. For a smarter parliament, the Parliament of Seychelles utilized the Microsoft 365 network, which facilitates internal communication and collaboration, especially across division of the parliament. Members are allowed to use their gadget while in session to communicate with their constituent or the public at large while respecting protocols in place, like no taking of pictures or filming of session and no video calls. As a parliament, we also have gaps to address, especially in regards to its responsiveness. We have planned in the future to establish a system to facilitate public engagement and participation in parliament processes, allowing for their concern on various topics to be addressed. This would necessitate a building in capacity for the assembly, both human and financial. The Parliament of Seychelles has participated in various discussions regarding technology and innovations in Parliament, which has taken place at various points. This includes a regional webinar on SADC for SADC members held to establish requirements for baseline and policies that would give guidance on how to use technologies after the COVID pandemic. The discussion covered opportunities and challenges, with most challenges related to the state of ICT infrastructure, low bid bandwidth for running parliamentary meetings via video conferencing, and in-house system. This exposure has capacitated members and staff on knowledge to navigate the digital space, and we are grateful to SADC PF for such opportunity and look forward to future engagement in relation to innovative technology support. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I remind honorable members you have about 5 minutes each. Please keep your intervention to more or less that. I call on Lesotho, and to bring a little disorder in the order, I will call on next on Zimbabwe.
Mr. President, allow me to preface my presentation on the words of Cherion Ong Sak from his article on globalization and technology, titled How They Will Change Society. And I quote, "Technology is expanding faster than any known biological entity. Lifestyle and human behavior are responding much as they did to all other waves in human history, with great difficulty and at times in unexpected ways. Significant changes are currently shaping human societies." End of quote. Mr. Chairman, what Charangon Sang is saying is a reality that our countries and our parliaments are facing right now in their strive to remain significant and relevant and effective in responding to the challenges of our time and to harness the power of technology. Parliaments are compelled to modernize their processes and recast their procedures. For some, it has been a reasonably easy journey, while some are lagging behind as they continue to grapple with basic innovations and adaptation challenges, the most salient being financial and human resources. Nonetheless, the digital age presents uncharted opportunities which require parliaments to embrace modern IT solutions for greater success. Parliaments are now more than ever faced with the increasing demand for involvement of the public in parliamentary processes, and their public perception is based on their ability to respond to the interests of the people that they represent. Mr. Chairman, allow me now to briefly highlight the position of the Parliament of Lesotho in relation to the technological advancements made thus far. On the advancements, the theme for the 56th Plenary Assembly has come at the time when the Parliament of Lesotho is midway in the implementation of the e-Parliament project, supported by the Ministry of Information, Communications, Science, Technology and Innovation, and funded by the African Development Bank. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the House resolved that all members be provided with iPads to facilitate virtual sittings of the House. This was one of the first and key initiatives that influenced our House to become paperless. Temporary standing orders were accordingly made to allow for online processes. The intention is to incorporate those proposals in the upcoming review of the standing orders following the passage of the 10th Amendment to the Constitution Bill. From 2020, all procedural documents and announcements are shared digitally through email and WhatsApp. As we speak, the Lesotho Parliament has almost completed the process of installing a system with the following features and functionalities. One, a paperless media conference system functions, which will allow us to digitally manage and monitor bills, amendments, committee reports, minutes, and other procedural documents. The system supports increased workflows, helps streamline document archiving, storage and retrieval, facilitates publication of documents in an open format, and reduces paper waste. Two, a video conferencing system which will allow all members to participate in meetings remotely. Three, an audio-video system for the recording and potential television, streaming, and webcasting of parliamentary sessions. The system will include sufficient broadcast ports to cater for simultaneous broadcasts on television, Parliament web page, Parliament intranet, YouTube, and Facebook. Four, real-time communications between participants and support real-time display, sending and receiving of information. Five, an electronic voting system that will provide real-time voting and publishing of voting results on the official website of the parliaments. And six, and lastly, it will also allow for e-petitions and their processing. Strategic direction. In July this year, both houses of parliament in Lesotho adopted their own strategic plans for the 5 years starting from 2024 and ending in 2028. Objective 5 of the National Assembly Strategic Plan calls for sufficient and appropriate physical resources. And strategy 5.1 emphasizes particularly the need to improve technology, stroke ICT, stroke equipment, stroke systems. The ICT department is expected to come up with a strategy and roadmap under this objective, which will chart the future technological advancements for the Parliament of Lesotho. Challenges. Mr. Chairman, despite these admirable advancements that we have made, the Parliament of Lesotho still has some challenges, and this include limited financial and human resources, over-dependence on the executive, and namely the Ministry of Communications and Technology, security measures to protect sensitive data and systems. And Mr. Chairman, you remember that the earlier session dwelt quite heavily on these matters of cyber security. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that the Parliament of Lesotho is steadfast in its resolve to secure the necessary resources towards its modernization. Today's rapidly evolving technological landscape leaves Parliament with no option but to embrace technology for their enhanced efficiency and productivity. And the Parliament of Lesotho will not be found wanting in this important regard. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I call on Zimbabwe to the podium, and after that, I will call Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to write on the protocol which has been used. Let me go straight to the presentation from Zimbabwe. Touching on the theme for this conference, the Parliament of Zimbabwe is uniquely positioned to lead legislative modernization in the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC region, through the integration of artificial intelligence, IA, advanced digitalization and innovation framework, such as the proposed Zimbabwe Parliament's Digital Technologies Committee of the Future. This commitment aligns with global best practice and will ensure that Zimbabwe's legislative process meet the demands of the 21st century governance and foster inclusive, transparency and responsiveness. The Parliament of Zimbabwe has developed its 7th institutional strategic plan covering the period of 2025 to 2029. The institutional strategic plan has identified 5 key results areas which are expected to be attained during the period of 2025 and 2029. Central to our deliberations here today, it is a key area from Zimbabwe, which focuses on the transformation of our parliament into a modern and well-resourced institution, which is capable of meeting the challenges of contemporary governance. To actualize this vision, the strategic plan proposes a series of strategic initiatives. Mr. President, among these initiatives is the need to embrace digital technologies driven by artificial intelligence as an OCO. Artificial intelligence in the legislative sector. Mr. President, AI represents a transformative opportunity for Zimbabwe's parliament by enabling policy analysis. AI tools can predict socio-economic outcomes of proposed laws, assist in drafting legislative, and synthesizes public statements for more inclusive policymaking through digital data analysis. Examples of benchmark, which includes Canada's digital charter, which integrates AI to enhance transparency and public participation in Estonia's e-parliament. To that extent, digitalization underpins the creation of smart parliament platforms for managing parliament process should be occurred in the Internet of Things, IoT, for synthesizing database linkages through internet connectivity. Inspired by the UK Parliament's digital strategy, Zimbabwe is poised to apply AI for the establishment of the Zimbabwe e-Parliament. Mr. President, a hallmark of transparency and accountability in the Parliament of Zimbabwe is the swift production and digital publication of Hansard, which is the official record of parliamentary debates. Remarkably, Zimbabwe distinguished itself as one of the countries Southern Africa with a parliament that produces the Hansard within 3.5 hours of adjournment of that parliament debates quickly reaches out globally. By uploading the Hansard online, Parliament website, Twitter, and Facebook, Parliament has democratized access to its proceedings and enable robust public outreach worldwide. Another key technology innovation that we have implemented is a digital recording system that facilitates real-time documentation of parliament proceedings. However, we need to adopt artificial intelligence technologies that enable each real-time speech to text conversation, which all alleviate and monotony and labor associated with manual transcription. Parliament of Zimbabwe could also use AI for real-time transformation to address its diverse linguistic needs and use the automated system to simplify research efforts. These measures will enhance access to parliamentary proceedings and align them with the expectations as well as facilitating citizens responsive to parliamentary processes. Mr. President, we are currently working on the introduction of a virtual informatics database, which is artificial intelligence driven to enable legislators and the public to have access to the already existing word-based social economic database, which scoops the economic ecosystem of each constituency. Virtual parliamentary constituency information centers are also being developed to enable the public to access documents from their mobile devices in line with technological advancement in the use of artificial intelligence. However, with effect of digitalization come the critical need for advanced cybersecurity legal frameworks, ensuring the security of sensitive data which safeguards parliamentary integrity and public trust, especially the threat of deepfake, misinformation and disinformation. Mr. President, coming to the future campaigns and the digital constituencies, AI and the digital tools can redefine MP constituency engagement, allowing for the creation of virtual outreach and constituencies where citizens participate in town halls, polls, and police consultation online. AI-powered public opinion analysis will enable members of parliament to address public concern proactively. Leveraging social media and mobile platforms will ensure inclusivity, especially for the marginalized community, similar to the initiatives in Brazil and the European parliaments, which use AI to streamline public interaction. Mr. President, for the Parliament of Zimbabwe platform with an overgrowing number of followers such as Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter serves as the dynamic channel for disinformation and engaging in interactive discussion with the public during public hearings. Through integration in digital technologies, Parliament has transformed the stakeholders' engagement in Zimbabwe in the Parliament business. Virtually, meetings, platforms, digitalized consultation systems, and accessible contents formats have broadened participation and allowed the public, especially in the rural areas and the remote areas, to contribute meaningfully. Adaptive technologies have further democratized access and enable persons with disabilities to engage Parliament equitably. By leveraging these innovations, Mr. President, our Parliament is redefining governance as the transformative force that dismantles system barriers to effectively in the governance and matrix. Coming to the Digital Technologies Committee of the Future, Mr. President, the proposed Digital Technology Committee of the Future from Zimbabwe's forward-thinking approach to e-parliament. Inspired by Finland's successful model, the committee will explore emerging technologies like blockchain and renewable energy, pilot IE-based policy tools, and address challenges such as climate change, action, demographic shifts. It will also act as a hub for collaboration with the academia and the savvy and civil society to drive the legislative innovation. Coming to the recommendation and implementation, number one, the strategic roadmap. It is going to develop a phased digital transformation plan with clear goals. And the issue of capacity building, Mr. President, it will train members of Parliament and staff in IA tools and cyber security concern. The pilot project is the third recommendation, which is going to introduce AI in focused areas such as legislative draft, citizen feedback systems during public hearing, and enhancing members of Parliament to make sure that they also do their representative role. Number four, ethical guidelines. It will also implement legal framework to mitigate bias, ensure transparent. The last one is collaborative partnership, which will work with international and regional experts to share best practice so that it will establish robust digital technologies which enhance the e-parliament. In conclusion, Mr. President, Zimbabwe's integration of AI and ICT system into parliamentary frameworks is a commitment to citizen-centric e-parliament systems. This vision underscores Zimbabwe's potential to harmonize tradition with digital innovation and ensure that its democratic institutions remain adaptive and impactful in the spirit of accountability governance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Zimbabwe. I will call on Botswana to the podium, and after that, I will call Tanzania.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, allow me to stand on the protocol that has been established. The publication and dissemination of parliamentary information in developed countries have been shown to improve citizen engagement in governance and bridge the gap between representative and electorate. Studies indicate that over the last 20 years, there's been improvement or increasing efforts to use digital tools to facilitate this process, which has resulted in a highly successful parliamentary performance. The Parliament of Botswana is no exemption in the use of technology and smart innovations to develop and share the responsibilities of making laws, budgeting, sponsoring bills, performing oversight functions, which is a true tenet of democratic principle. Mr. President, the Parliament of Botswana has recently reviewed the legislative framework in its capacity to facilitate innovation and creativity, especially in the digital space. Gaps were identified relating to data management and protection, possibility for cybercrime, and the need to facilitate possible initiatives that will improve the efficiency of government to deliver. The government of Botswana is automating government through the One Government platform. This is a project which is expected to improve service delivery and the efficiency of government machinery, as well as accountability and citizen participation on same. Government of Botswana and Parliament of Botswana has reviewed the capacity of legislative and accountability infrastructure, and as a result, Parliament passed the following legislations. Number 1, Data Protection Act, Electronic Record Act, Electronic Communication and Transaction Act, and Cyber Security Act. Through bilateral relations and cooperation, the government of Botswana is working on the development of Artificial Intelligence Act and other related regulatory mechanisms as we prepare to enhance the existing electronic platforms and ICT infrastructure to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of government services, as well as accountability of the same to the citizen of Botswana. As a result, the following services have been automated. The newly elected parliament and newly established parliament committees will, through the Community Scorecard and Botswana Speaks project initiative, carry out robust oversight over the newly established innovative ways to check value for money. Mr. President, Botswana Parliament introduced an online platform called Botswana Speaks. This platform is aimed at enriching democracy through publication, through policy dialogue. The platform's goal is enhancing the representative role of the members of parliament and building a responsive parliament and government for improved service delivery. The platform allows citizens to send messages directly via an online system using computers, laptops, tablets, and smartphones. The messages are uploaded automatically into a tracker and viewed regularly by members of parliament for them to respond. Live streaming and broadcasting of parliamentary proceedings leads to first-hand political education of the common people. Parliamentary sessions are broadcast live on radio, on television, and social media platforms. Constituents now have the opportunity to witness the elected representatives in ventilating their concerns through live broadcast daily while Parliament is sitting, press briefings on the agenda before Parliament as news items, regular broadcast into interviews with ministers in which the public can submit questions directly. Mr. President, the Botswana culture and traditional systems are the cornerstones of our delivery of public participation and consultation. They are the cornerstones of mafoko a kgotle a mantle otlhe, meaning the need to improve the voice of the citizens in decision-making structures is key to the success of the development agenda of attaining prosperity for all in 2036. That is vision of Botswana. Perhaps it is because of our population size that we are able to consult the citizens extensively on developments which affects their lives and continuously monitor effects on the same. As a result, we have since established a public participation platform termed Botswana Speaks, which leverages on IT and existing cultural traits. However, we are still experiencing teething problems during the last parliament due to management issues at constituency level. Capacity building and improving the uptake on the issue of the platform will be the key going forward. We are also improving partnerships with other developed parliaments to improve performance of the aforesaid beautiful initiatives. As a result, capacity building for members of parliament, constituency staff, and electorates or constituents continues to improve its overall performance. Furthermore, given the capacity of artificial intelligence, Parliament of Botswana is working with experts to establish the existing platforms both within the ministries and within parliaments. It could be enhanced using AI, bearing in mind possible negatives effects which have been registered by parliaments which have already started using AI to improve efficiency on parliamentary support services such as communication systems, Hansard production, translation, research, committee operations, and overall record management and legislative services. Mr. President, many parliaments have dedicated centers for information and education in parliament building for organized visits and individual visitors. Botswana has established permanent parliamentary offices in all 61 constituencies and mostly are utilizing social platforms such as X, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook to engage. The objectives of using these platforms, they include developing relationship between members of parliament, voters, and between local administrators, civil society in a systematic way. To organize local training sessions, it is also one of the ways public discussions and hearing seminars. Botswana introduced visual meetings during COVID-19 so as not to interrupt parliamentary work. These virtual parliamentary sittings extended to parliamentary committees' work. The oversight role of parliament cannot be overemphasized, and therefore parliament is an institution. As an institution has developed a robust model to engage stakeholders with parliamentary committees through virtual sittings, examinations, and appearance, which has continued post COVID-19. Lastly, the largest voting demographic in Botswana is the youth, as recently experienced in the 2024 general elections. This occurrence in Botswana undercuts and dismissed the notion that many young people lack interest in politics. In view of this situation in Botswana, Parliament is now making efforts to engage the interest of a wider school-based initiative that inculcates political education within the broader educational system. I thank you.
Thank you, members. Members, kindly adjust your interventions to fit within the time frame. I call on Tanzania, and following that, I will call on Angola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll give Tanzania experience in relation to the theme, leveraging technology and innovation for smart, inclusive, and responsive parliaments in the SADC region. First and foremost, we do agree that technology and innovation, that is digital transformation, has an impact on the efficiency when discharging our parliamentary mandates. And as we all know that the main parliamentary mandates are lawmaking, oversight, and representation. Mr. Chairman and my fellow member of parliaments, I'm sure you will agree with me that for the digital transformation to take place and to be very efficient,
we need two main factors in place. First, we need digital infrastructure. And second, we need digital software. In terms of digital infrastructure, in Tanzania, we are very far ahead. As I have been mentioned several times, that in Tanzania, around above 65% of the people lives in rural area, in the villages. And in order to ensure that they have internet access in rural areas, in the villages, you must make sure that there is electricity. Electricity is available in the village. And in Tanzania now, electricity penetration is of a high percentage. And now we are about to finalize the huge project of ensuring that all the villages in Tanzania have electricity. So that is the first and the main digital infrastructure. You cannot provide internet access in the villages if there are no electricity in those villages. And the second main digital infrastructure, which has to be there to enable internet access and the digital transformation, is the optic fiber connectivity. In Tanzania now, in terms of fiber connectivity, we are around 7%, 70. So 70% of Tanzania is covered by the fiber connectivity, which is a reasonably high percentage. So that is in terms of main digital infrastructure. But coming back to the Parliament's experience regarding this technology and innovations, in Tanzania, right now as we speak, the Parliament of Tanzania is paperless parliament. All the activities in the parliaments are done digitally. There's no any paper involved. And all the 394 members of parliament, each of us have an iPad. And all the parliament activities are done digitally through that iPad. So what it means is that from early in the morning, when we receive order paper, it comes digital. All the questions that has to be asked and answered by the government, you will have them all in iPad. They come digital. So when you want to compose a question, when you want to follow up anything, it all comes digitally. So the Parliament of Tanzania is a paperless parliament. And in terms of discharging our main mandates using technology, we are also reasonably far. I'll give some example. For instance, we all know that one of our mandates is law making. And we all know that in the process of making the law, we always have a bill when we want to enact a new law or when we want to amend the existing law. We usually have bills on our table. And in the process, we always conduct what we call public hearing. We get views, opinion from the people regarding that particular bills on the table. So what we always do is that when we have a bill, we ensure that that bill is sent digitally to the citizens, people in our constituents, and give them a time frame whereby they give us opinion on that particular bills, or whether a new bill is enacted or existing bill is just being amended. So we are inclusive in terms of ensuring that before we pass a bill or before we amend any clause in the existing act, we get opinion from the people, from the constituents, and we do this through digital platforms. And in terms of another parliament mandates, that's oversight, that we all member of parliament, we can access various ministerial information platforms, and regarding their budgets, because at the end of each financial year, we approve budgets for various ministries. And then from time to time, we go through their spending, and we compare against the budget that we approved, and that is oversight role. And we are able to do this through various digital platforms, and in the sense that technology and the innovation enables us to perform that oversight function. And another parliamentary mandates, as we all know, is the representation. And here in Tanzania, what we do, that we have live streaming for the all parliamentary sessions. So when parliamentary sessions are going on, they are live broadcasted. So when a member of parliament rise in the parliament, contributing something or doing some presentation, then all its people, its voter in its constitutions, they are able to follow up. They listen what he is saying or she's saying about them. So this live streaming of the all parliamentary sessions, to a large extent, it has enhanced accountability. And we, member of parliament, when we are aware that when we are standing in the parliament and contributing on something, when we are aware that our voters are listening to us, are watching to us, we are very careful, and we will always speak to the issue that are beneficial to our voters. And in this sense, we'll be taking care of people's interests rather than personal interests, because your voters listens to you. And so if you speak something which is not beneficial to them, then you put yourself in a danger for the next election.
Time, please.
Because people will not vote for you. So in conclusion, I would say that it's very true that technology and innovation has a great impact on our efficiency in discharging our parliamentary mandates. And we look forward that I've listened to a lot of practices from different SADC countries, and I've learned something that I'm sure I'll take back home to Tanzania, and make sure that we also implement, as we know that best practice always improve our performance. Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity, and I full support the theme for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I call Angola to the podium, and after that, I will be calling Zambia.
Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Honorável Roger Mancienne. A governação parlamentar eletrónica é já um facto na nossa Assembleia Nacional, sendo de realçar, excelentíssimos speakers, senhoras e senhores, a conexão em tempo real entre o Palácio da Assembleia Nacional e os 17 gabinetes locais, onde funcionam os deputados eleitos pelos círculos provinciais, que igualmente podem aceder a reuniões plenárias e das comissões de trabalho especializadas por videoconferência. A prática mostra-nos diariamente que é importante olhar para os avanços tecnológicos como um mecanismo de facilitação da nossa atividade. Aliás, a tecnologia encurtou a participação dos cidadãos e os seus representantes via virtual através das novas tecnologias, importante instrumento para uma democracia mais escrutinada e aproximando os cidadãos aos seus representantes através da participação de todos os segmentos sociais. À medida que a tecnologia evoluiu, a inclusão digital e social passou a ser um risco no que se refere à defesa e respeito dos direitos, liberdades e garantias fundamentais dos cidadãos, obrigando a intervenção legislativa para mitigar os efeitos negativos do uso indevido das novas tecnologias e da inteligência artificial, através de leis que orientem a adoção de políticas públicas inclusivas sobre a matéria e cada vez mais abrangentes, mas nos limites impostos pela lei. A inteligência artificial, a internet e outras inovações tecnológicas estão moldando novas fronteiras para a inclusão social, levantando questões complexas sobre a ética, a privacidade, a equidade, obrigando-nos a repensar o modelo legislativo para a preservação dos direitos, liberdades e garantias fundamentais, mas ainda é inevitável compreendermos que a inovação e a tecnologia não são um destino final, mas uma jornada contínua que requer adaptação constante diante das rápidas mudanças tecnológicas e sociais que o mundo conhece. A transição tecnológica ao nível do Parlamento angolano também coincidiu com a proliferação e utilização em massa das redes sociais e da comunicação online, tornando evidente que a conectividade não é apenas uma questão de acesso à informação, mas também um meio vital de interação social e cultural e da preservação da soberania de cada país. Relativamente à Assembleia Nacional da República de Angola, apraz-me partilhar que desde 2017 entramos num processo de desmaterialização de toda a atividade legislativa, sendo que toda a documentação produzida, desde as leis, resoluções, pareceres e relatórios, são remetidos aos deputados através dos seus endereços eletrónicos, criando-os no início da legislatura num laptop que lhes é atribuído gratuitamente. O Parlamento de Angola usa o software Audimos para a transição de áudios em textos e este software utiliza a inteligência artificial generativa, pois aprende à medida que for alimentado novas palavras. Com o uso do Audimos, as atas e o diário da Assembleia Nacional de Angola passam a ser produzidos em menos tempo, evitando o desgaste dos redatores e, ao mesmo tempo que garantimos textos com menos erros e um selo de controlo da efetividade e organização dos trabalhos. Temos uma biblioteca virtual, disponível 24 horas para os senhores deputados, funcionários parlamentares e cidadãos em geral. Neste momento, concluímos o aspecto material e tecnológico de instalação do canal parlamentar de rádio e televisão, que brevemente vai ser emitido, estado a ser capacitado o pessoal que vai prestar serviços nesta área. No mesmo sentido, criamos a Academia Parlamentar, que deverá capacitar continuamente os nossos deputados e funcionários sobre várias matérias legislativas, administrativas e estratégias sobre a gestão e resolução de conflitos a vários níveis, não só para os deputados, como eu já disse, mas para todos os funcionários da nossa casa. Concluindo, Sr. Presidente, gostaria de reafirmar que a Assembleia Nacional da República de Angola continua apostada na formação dos seus funcionários através do uso da inteligência artificial e das novas tecnologias para dar resposta aos desafios atuais do desenvolvimento do nosso mundo em constante evolução. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker of Angola. I now call on Zambia. And following that, I will be calling on the RDC to the podium.
Thank you. Mr. President, allow me to thank the Right Honorable Madam Nelly B.K. Muti, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, for having given me this privilege to present the country report for Zambia. Mr. President, the Zambian Parliament recognizes the importance of emerging technologies and innovation in fulfilling its functions in the digital age. To achieve this, the National Assembly of Zambia has developed an Information and Communication Technology ICT Strategic Plan for 2022 to 2026. This plan aims to enhance transparency, efficiency, and inclusivity in parliamentary operations. Mr. President, to support its goals, the National Assembly of Zambia has adopted several technologies. These include the use of social media platforms to enhance public participation and stream live parliamentary proceedings. Our social media presence can be found on Facebook, YouTube, and X, formerly Twitter. Additionally, we have established a parliamentary website to provide easy access to parliamentary information and enable public submissions. Mr. President, the National Assembly of Zambia has also developed a mobile application called My eParliament. This app enables citizens to participate in parliamentary proceedings and interact with members of parliament. Furthermore, we have implemented an eParliament system to manage parliamentary functions electronically. This includes the e-chamber system, which was developed and fast-tracked during the COVID-19 pandemic to enhance the management of the plenary and committee sittings. Mr. President, despite these efforts, challenges persist. Limited internet access and digital literacy hinder the effective use of these technologies. The limited reach and utilization of the parliamentary website, as well as the limited coverage of parliament television and radio, also pose challenges. Moreover, the adoption and accessibility of My eParliament app have been hindered by limited public awareness and appreciation. Mr. President, to address these challenges, the National Assembly of Zambia is undertaking measures to enhance internet connectivity, digital literacy, and public awareness. As earlier alluded to in the morning by Mr. Percy Chinyama, the National Coordinator for Smart Zambia, we have successfully installed Starlink kits in all the 156 constituency offices, which has significantly enhanced internet connectivity. We are also conducting educational and outreach programs to enhance citizen understanding and engagement. Furthermore, the National Assembly of Zambia has continued investing in ongoing training and skill development for members of parliament and staff. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the report for Zambia. I call on DRC, la République démocratique du Congo. Vous avez la parole.
Merci. Monsieur le Président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de la République du Zambie, Madame la Secrétaire générale du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, éminents collègues, distingués participants en vos titres et qualités respectifs. C'est un honneur d'être ici aujourd'hui avec vous dans cette ville touristique de Livingstone pour prendre part à la 56e Assemblée plénière du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Permettez-moi de remercier, au nom du Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo, le peuple de la République de Zambie, à travers son gouvernement, pour l'accueil chaleureux qu'ils ont réservé à notre délégation. Je voudrais par la même occasion féliciter le président du Forum de la SADC, la présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de la Zambie et la secrétaire générale du Forum parlementaire de la SADC pour l'excellente organisation des travaux. Le thème que nous partageons aujourd'hui revêt un intérêt particulier, d'autant plus que nul n'ignore que la technologie et l'innovation révolutionnent actuellement le monde dans presque tous les secteurs de la vie. En tant que parlementaires, nous sommes tous concernés pour la promotion et la matérialisation effective de ce que nous apporte la transformation numérique dans la région de la SADC. En République démocratique du Congo et au Parlement, les efforts sont consentis pour y parvenir, notamment par la création du Fonds national de la recherche scientifique et l'innovation, l'institution du Forum du génie scientifique congolais organisé chaque année, l'intégration du volet numérique au sein du ministère des Postes et Télécommunications, la conclusion de plusieurs accords de partenariat portant sur la chaîne de valeur des minerais stratégiques, entre autres avec la Zambie sur la production des batteries électriques, l'adoption de la loi portant code numérique promulguée par le président de la République en mars 2023. Aux côtés de ces contextes institutionnels et législatifs, il est à noter que notre Parlement intègre peu à peu la gestion électronique des documents, l'archivage électronique, la sécurité informatique et l'analyse de données et l'intelligence artificielle par la création du Centre du numérique au sein de ces administrations pour interagir avec les assemblées provinciales. Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente, Madame la Secrétaire générale, distingués collègues, distingués participants, notre message d'aujourd'hui est de partager les efforts consentis par le Parlement congolais qui s'investit dans la mise à profit de la technologie et de l'innovation pour l'amélioration de la transparence et la redevabilité des activités parlementaires, et aussi de permettre aux citoyens de toute leur diversité d'avoir une grande possibilité d'accès aux documents et aux activités parlementaires et la capacité de s'engager davantage dans la vie publique. Pour conclure, j'en appelle à notre sens élevé de responsabilité pour qu'une réflexion stratégique soit initiée pour identifier les domaines prioritaires afin de l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle et élaborer une charte des usages pour l'amélioration de la productivité, la simplification des tâches et la création de contenus innovants pour partager les retours d'expérience entre nos parlements au bénéfice de l'intelligence artificielle, tout en indiquant les risques impliqués pour son utilisation au sein de notre communauté qu'est la SADC. Telle est la contribution du Parlement congolais en matière de technologie et l'innovation. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the report for the DRC. I will now call on Eswatini for their report, and following that, I will be calling on the Republic of South Africa.
Mr. President, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini Strategic Plan 2022-2026 speaks to how technology and innovation can enhance the effectiveness, inclusivity, and responsiveness of Parliament. This is embedded in pillar on information, communication, and technology. Current technological initiatives on digital transformation, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini has recently procured modern gadgets designed to enhance the productivity and efficiency of parliamentarians, such as tablets and laptops. These devices will not only facilitate better communication and access to information, but also support remote participation in parliamentary sessions. On e-Parliament platforms, Parliament has further addressed the development of an e-Parliament platform that enhances legislative operations, a practice which was refined during the COVID-19 pandemic with the support of UNDP. Parliament is further advocating response budgeting for ease of accessing more and necessary resources to escalate implementation of this platform, which would modernize governance and create more accessible, inclusive legislative environment. On innovative practices for inclusivity and the public engagement tools, there is high intervention and importance of leveraging social media and website platforms as vital tools for sharing all parliamentary business with the public. This approach not only enhances communication, but also fosters greater civic engagement. Accessibility enhancement with the sensitization workshop of persons living with disabilities, a resolution was taken that Parliament is to engage human capital with expertise to ensure that parliamentary proceedings are inclusive for all members of society, particularly individuals with disabilities. Responsive governance through technology and data-driven decision-making, the critical role of data analytics in shaping policy decisions and enhancing legislative outcomes is enhanced through systematically collecting and analyzing relevant data. Policymakers uncover trends, identify the needs of constituents, and evaluate the effectiveness of existing laws and initiatives. Parliament works hands with the Ministry of ICT Portfolio Committee on crisis management. Additionally, during elections, remote voting systems were introduced, allowing parliamentarians to cast their votes safely from various locations, which contributed to the efficiency and continuity of governance. On regional collaboration and best practices, knowledge sharing to enhance collaboration and improve legislative effectiveness within the Southern African Development Community SADC, it is essential for the Parliament to advocate for the enhancement of the existing regional knowledge sharing platform to expand to the youth. And under joint initiatives, Parliament of Eswatini further proposes a range of collaborative projects aimed at enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of legislative processes through technology. One key initiative could involve the development of regional governance framework, which would facilitate streamlined communication and information sharing among legislative bodies across different jurisdictions. On future prospects and challenges, emerging technologies, it is important to make highlights on the transformative potential of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things on the functions of Parliament. On cybersecurity, furthermore, the critical importance of cybersecurity measures in safeguarding parliamentary data and preserving the integrity of digital system is key. With the increasing reliance on technology, for legislative processes, there is need to ensure that sensitive information is protected from cyber threats, and this is paramount. In conclusion, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini cannot protect its operations from potential disruptions, but also uphold public confidence in its commitment to safeguarding democratic processes in an increasingly digital world. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker of South Africa has the floor. And following that, I will be calling on Namibia.
President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, our Vice President, our host speaker, speakers from the SADC region, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa welcomes and appreciates the opportunity to participate in the 56th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The timing of this plenary comes at the time when half of the SADC countries have concluded elections and elected leaders to represent the will of the people. These are leaders entrusted with authority and responsibility to advance national interest and forge regional integration to build a better region as well as better Africa and a better world. The new South African government has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to advance actions that will drive inclusive growth, reduce poverty, build strong institutional capacities, and increase the meaningful participation of women, youth, and people with disabilities in parliament and various structures of our economy and society. I'm happy to report that the two houses of parliament are headed by capable women. Also, the head of the judiciary is actually headed by women. So the two arms of state are led by women. In managing the transition, the availability of smart technology and innovative system has allowed us to ensure that every citizen in this country is kept abreast of the changes made to better their lives, signifying the importance of leveraging technology to build an inclusive and responsive parliament. I must say that we pay tribute to our first Speaker of the Democratic Republic, led by Comrade Freni Chinwala at the time, who really opened Parliament at an early stage and ensured that citizens can watch what is happening in the House. Interestingly, in partnership with our broadcasting community, the region itself and our continent are able to see somehow our theatrics that play, openly on our television. But that has also ensured that we can learn from you and actually accept criticisms where you think we've gone wrong, and through that we grow together. At the onset of the pandemic, we needed to change the rules of parliament to introduce technology and digital systems for hybrid plenaries and permit parliament committees to hold virtual meetings. At the time when the country was closed, actually parliament ran completely virtual. Technology innovation has transformed every aspect of human life, including banking, healthcare, business, and government services in our country. Using communication software and parliament television, the committees are able to continue to engage with the public on parliamentary lawmaking process, holding the executive accountable, and undertake oversight duties, a journey that has not only made parliament effective, but also improved the efficiency in parliament. Leveraging smart technology and innovation in South Africa is aligning with the global shift to a new digitally connected world. Recently, the IPU published the e-Parliament report, which details a comprehensive assessment of the use of digital technology in parliaments. This report surveyed about 115 parliaments and chambers in 86 countries and found that 68% of the sample survey have multi-year digital strategy and 73% have formal modernization programs which are being implemented. More importantly, The report outlined that 95% of surveyed parliaments provide technology or digital devices to the members and staff, a trend that we must embrace and pursue rigorously in the region. This demands that we allocate more budgetary resources to ICT and digital systems. This IPU report awakens us to a reality that as the digital age continues to reshape the world at an unprecedented pace, parliaments are no exception to this phenomenon. In South Africa, embracing and utilizing technology and digital systems is gaining momentum in all parts of the country. I can report that over the years, our government, working with Parliament, has developed systematic responses to emerging science, technology, and innovation opportunities informed by the following realization: an increasing awareness and realization that digital technology is fundamentally transforming the world in which we live, and the country must grab this opportunity. A realization that digital transformation disrupts all business models and invents new ones, changing the way of working, and an increasing acknowledgement that Parliament and government must adapt their businesses models to the changes caused by advancement. I think it is important, honorable members, to indicate that while all of us may appreciate the good that digital technology bring, but also there are serious risks that we need to take into consideration. It would be important, as we've heard from some of the member states, that we need to actually roll out the issue of energy security, because these are dependencies that will become important when you want to digitalize your country, even our parliaments. But secondly, is to be able to ensure that we bridge the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Thirdly, it's about how we bring those who are in our rural communities where sometimes the penetration is not so good. And I'd also say the risk of cybercrime and its consequences, particularly for women, as we have heard from other members. But again, the cost of the digital technologies, given that as Africa, we have not yet developed our own. So the uptake, while may be important, come with the cost and therefore the budgetary resources that we need to take into consideration. Therefore, leveraging technology and innovation for smart, inclusive, and responsive parliaments in the SADC region also means we must be cognizant of ethical challenges and vulnerabilities in personal information, privacy, and identity. This underscores the need for parliaments to take urgent, collective, and forward-looking actions to safeguard the rights of citizens in the region. South Africa developed the Protection of Personal Information Act, commonly known as POPIA, to protect and increase the security of personal information and the use of technology. Within our parliament, we developed the Information Communication Technology Strategic Plan to ensure the responsible use of technology and that it does not negate the protection of human rights. In South Africa, we believe that parliaments in the region should prioritize leveraging technology to enhance oversight, facilitate, and encourage public participation. I cannot conclude, Mr. President, and my fellow speakers and members, without inviting you to become part of South Africa's hosting of the G20 summit, which will be in 2025 in Cape Town. I hope that as a build-up to that summit, we will find an opportunity where the SADC Parliamentary Forum can actually engage on what we've identified as the key issues that the G20 needs to deliberate upon. So I'll be looking forward to seeing most of you in Cape Town, and I hope the weather will not give you the heartache of the Cape of Storms, but it will be more welcoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker of South Africa, for the report. I give the podium to Namibia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Honorable President, High Table, speakers for various national parliaments, members of parliament, our Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to present this important report. Indeed, it's an honor to address you today at this 56th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. As we convene here in Livingstone, Zambia, under the theme, Leveraging Technological and Innovation for Smart, Inclusive, and Responsive Parliaments in the SADC region. We find ourselves at the crossroads of the transformative era in governance. Indeed, I was just reflecting as I was sitting there, it's more than 50 years when the leadership of the governing party, SWAPO, took a decision to promote equal representation in the party structures. It's almost more than 50 years ago. Today, we are just about to usher in the first female president of the Republic of Namibia. It shows you how long it has taken some time to prepare and to ensure that the various structures and the representation within the party as well as in the country are an equal basis. I remember those decisions were taken in this country. To be precise, 1973, I was one of those people who were sent to the front to convey the decision of the party to the fighting men. At the front, we used to talk about fighting men, not women. Women are not allowed to be there. And I remember conveying, together with two other colleagues of mine, who had given the task of sharing the decision of the party to say, this is now, from now on, going to be the pattern, the way how things are going to be done. And you can imagine how those men responded. They said, this is a joke. It tells you that it takes time for people to grow up and to accept the reality of the life we live in. So let me just pack that one there. That is not what I'm here. I hope that's not eat too much into my time. I'm still recovering from what you did yesterday. I'm still recovering to find myself on my feet. I went to bed. I couldn't sleep. Thought about the bond of friendship, the solidarity, the respect, and the honor that were given me made me sleep last night. I wish I could have taken something stronger than a red wine, but let me leave that there. Firstly, allow me formally to extend sincere gratitude to our gracious host, the Honorable Nelly Muti, the Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia, for the warm hospitality and for the hosting us. Representing Parliament of Namibia at this occasion is really something that I've cherished. It's an honor, and it is something I would characterize as being a privilege for me, especially on the occasion when I'm preparing to exit active life after so many years. So I'm extremely grateful. And I went on to tell you yesterday that I went through Livingston on my way into exile in 1962. Again, all these events remind me about the history as of the many years I spent away from home, particularly here in Zambia, in Tanzania, in Angola. It just reminds me, takes me back to those years. That's why I remember we have His Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah taking the helm of responsibility in Namibia, and it reminded me about that decision that the party took more than 50 years ago. It tells a particular story. It is time that we accept that we are in it together, men and women, to shape the destiny of our various countries. Honorable President, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has continuously served as a vital platform for discussion, for cooperation, for mutual learning as we engage each other. The persistent sense of regional solidarity that has long been the SADC region's defining hallmark is reflected in this assembly. With its various and dynamic cultures and diverse economic environment, the SADC region is uniquely positioned to utilize the current technological wave in order to promote democratic governance. We have fantastic potential to leverage technology to promote greater responsiveness, deepen inclusivity, and smart governance into our systems and parliamentary organization, in addition to using it as a tool to enhance efficiency. The Parliament and Namibia, with the help of the World Bank, implemented an e-parliament strategy. This is a significant step that we have taken to embracing digital transformation and risk management, particularly in response to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the need for continuity in legislative activities. This is a strategy that has made us to become paperless parliament. And I remember at the beginning, it was quite a challenge for members of parliament, but we took them through induction to make them familiarize themselves to use technology as an important tool. Facility upgrades that has been done to our committee rooms, equipped with state-of-the-art cameras and control unit with audio-visual linked to the chamber. These technological enhancements align with the Assembly's risk management policy and visual meeting rules, ensuring legislative functions can continue uninterrupted even during emergency. Honorable President, the rapid pace of technological innovation defines the present era, shaping the political, social, and economic landscapes of our nations. This transformation has enhanced how governments interact with their citizens and further helped to smoothen regional and global networking. I recall our discussion with the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, in 2018 that led to the establishment of a Center for Innovation in Parliament, CIP, intended to promote the knowledge exchange between parliaments around the world on the topic of innovation through parliamentary information technology. Besides, it brought into consideration other areas such as parliamentary information management, engagement with the citizens, but parliamentary openness, transparency, and access to open data. And all these developments were very important for us, helping us to increase efficiency, strengthening our secretariat team to provide overall coordination and conduct knowledge management activities. However, the actual knowledge exchange work takes place through CIP Hub, of which there are two kinds: regional specialized hubs. The regional hubs promote effective use of technology in parliaments by sharing and awareness on this crucial aspect will hopefully establish frameworks and safeguard against misuse of technology while promoting innovation. Honorable President, in conclusion, SADC Parliament have the opportunity to take the lead in adopting technological advancements while promoting inclusive governance. Through collective action and unified legislative approaches, we can harness and transformative potential technology to create parliaments that are genuinely inclusive, responsive, and that they are ensure democratic rights for greater benefit of our people. The time is ripe for us to shape the future and the future of our region with innovation, unity, resilience for greater benefit of the citizens of the SADC region. And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, members, thank you for your patience and indulgence. Just allow me a few words in the hope that I can bring today's session to an honorable conclusion. It's been a great pleasure to follow this session for me personally, and I hope you have found it productive. First of all, my words of thanks for the resource persons for their presentations, which contained a lot of information about situations in various countries, especially in our host country, Zambia. But this afternoon, we've added the perspective of all of our member countries. And we have heard of various different kinds of situations. There is a lot of commonality, I must say. We have heard a lot of challenges that individual countries face, but we also heard a lot of solutions. And I believe there is something for all of us to take. And indeed, the main thing about this session is that we can go away recharged with this mission of leveraging digital technology to the service, in the service of our mandate as parliamentarians. What I have also been impressed with is the determination that people have expressed for the way forward. There has been a lot of progress in the past few years, but the way forward is what is most essential. So I hope that we will use the experiences we have heard about today for new ideas about how we can strengthen what we are doing and also find ways to take up things that we can do in addition to improve the use of digital technology to make our parliaments more effective, efficient, and responsive. I have been one key message that we got this morning from one of our resource persons is the need for countries in the SADC region, or in Africa in general, the context, to collaborate, bring together. No country has the resources really to make a big impact in the development of technology, but pooling resources enables us to develop region-wide and continent-wide solutions. And believe me, we don't have to solve the problems of the West or of Europe. We have to solve our own problems. And there is a possibility in this field for specific applications, for specific developments that suit our area, our regions, and our continent. And this is what I hope we will task ourselves with in the future. The time is opportune. We cannot wait. One of the pronouncements this morning was that the time is now. We have to stay with the curve and be sure that we do manage this leverage as technology, as digital technology develops, before we are hit with the next freeze. There is, of course, also a role for SADC-PF itself. And I am sure our Secretary General will have noted that. We take the issue just as seriously as any one of our member parliaments does. And we have already done all that we could. Sometimes the solutions have to be balanced, pros and cons, the benefits. Take meetings, for example. We all know we can have virtual meetings, but as we've heard also this morning, the human element is also important. And it is because person-to-person meetings add so much to our relationship, so much to build the bonds between us, and so much to generate common ideas that it remains a preferable method of undertaking this particular challenge of holding meetings. So there are pros, there are cons, and we have to go forward balancing all that. As a final word, I want to thank all of those who have contributed to making this event a success, especially the staff of the Parliament of Zambia who have been involved, and of course, under the direction of our colleague speaker, Honorable Nelly Muti. I have to thank the SADC-PF Secretariat under the direction of Secretary General Buemo Segoma for the coordination and arrangements for this session. I hope you have been able to take on the information, the ideas in the theme, and that you have been able to express your own contributions. I thank you very much, and I will now declare the session closed. But before we move out, let me just see if there are any announcements about the program. Our PR officer, I am very happy to hand him the podium. Thank you very much, dear members, and have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow promptly at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Mr. President, all leaders of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, this evening there's an official welcome dinner hosted by our own speaker, Nelly Muti, for all the delegates. And it will be this time there is a marquee. So we'll be safe in case the rains come down. But there will be a marquee. And I'll now invite a colleague from either Mr. Manzi or Kurasha, just to run through the program for this evening briefly. There is a program for the welcome dinner. Otherwise, he will do it there at the welcome dinner itself. Okay. So, Mr. Manzi, would you like to say something? All right. So at the welcome dinner, the details of the program will be announced there. So we'd just like to announce to all protocol officers to please make sure that the leaders of delegation are seated between 18:15 and 18:30 so that promptly at 18:30 we begin the program. So all protocol officers, please ensure that leaders of delegation are in the marquee between 18:15, 18:20, 25 there. Thank you, Mr. President. At this point, we allow the high table to stand and leave, and then we can follow thereafter. Thank you very much. Honorable members, there's a lost but found key, room key. This is for New Fairmount Hotel. Before you go, please come and pick up your room key. Otherwise, you want to go. I won't announce the room number. I'll just say it is a New Fairmount. There's a key here, please. Digital key. Otherwise, you won't get to your room. Thank you.